It's my channel.
Nah, put it on your channel, man. Put it on your channel.
Yeah, it's cool. I just want your permission.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah.
All right. That'll be the easiest video I ever put up, man. Just
Well, I have pressed live. I hope we are live. I hope everything's working and everyone can hear us. For everyone who's in the live stream, for one, can we get a yay or nay on audio? Root, can you go ahead and say something just so we can check?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Perfect. All right. Hopefully we'll get a response to that here in a second.
I mean, I have to mute my end because otherwise I get the feedback because the delay between the YouTube stream and stuff.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So we've got a yay, and I can hear you both, which is not a yay or a nay, Josh, but it works. And for everyone who's watching the live stream and sees the absolutely abhorrent, large text in the chat over here, it's because I've taken my contacts out and I'm completely blind. So yeah, that's going to be fun. But Root, so this is like our, no lie for everyone watching, this is our first time actually like talking together.
Oh, it's not. We've talked before.
We have?
Yeah, on a distro hacking. You were on distro hacking once.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Remember, I was asking you how you doing, and you were telling me about you were living in Colorado at the time. You forgot already?
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. That's so true.
Jeez, man, I was drunk too when I was talking to you.
Well, the problem is I'm drunk now. That's probably the problem. Speaking of being drunk, so for anybody who's like watching the live stream and who wasn't here when I was talking about this in chat, my mom told me that I need to clear out the house of all the, essentially all the alcohol that no one else wants. And so I have this, it's moonshine sweet tea, and it is the most vile thing ever. Like, it's so vile.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
How's your day been, brother?
It was all right. Like this past couple of weeks, this is probably the reason why I've been kind of slow to put out a new video. This past couple of weeks, I've been kind of like kind of not feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been getting a little better. My kids were sick, and then whenever they're sick, I automatically get sick right after.
Yep. That's how it works.
It was fine. I mean, just another regular day. I had to drive around this town, this overcrowded town that I live in, which is terrible traffic. I do my huge commute and then go to work. I work at a pub, and it was busy tonight, so I just got my ass kicked and came home.
Well, my question would be, did you make any tips?
Oh no, I'm a cook. We don't make tips.
Oh, that's right. Oh, darn.
I'm not a server. Yeah.
Well, you know, some places are starting to do that.
I don't have big boobs. Otherwise, I could be a server. You know?
Come on. We live in 2022 now. All right, so
I know all our servers are women, though. It's hilarious.
Well, just be the big-breasted man. Guy. Just be the big-breasted man who makes better tips than everyone else.
I have to go to a new kitchen, and I can never tell them that I know how to cook, because once they find out you know how to cook, they want to throw you in the kitchen because they're so desperate for cooks. And,
dude, every place, even out here, man, they're struggling.
And I have 12 years kitchen experience. I've worked fine dining, breakfast. I've done it all, man. Like, it's I don't really like it. I've been trying for several years now to get into a tech job, but I definitely could say I'm not trying very hard. I've been trying to learn programming and stuff like that, but it's just been kind of touch and go.
No, I mean, that's the problem. Like, getting your foot through the door in the tech industry can be really difficult, as long as you don't want to start out in a bad place. Like, if you're not willing to start out at some place that's definitely going to take advantage of you and or like at the very least like disregard your amount of effort, it's really hard, because there's a lot of junior development positions, but they're terrible. Like, the expectations are insane, like, just not okay.
But it's still, at the end of the day, man, I gotta start thinking about the future, man. There's no future in working in kitchens, man, and everything's just getting so expensive.
Do you know how insane of a statement that is? Like, we have gotten to this point where that's a valid statement, but it's insane to think 100%. That there's not money in feeding people. Like,
well, it's just I mean, you can make. I mean, if I went to like a higher end dining and I really just kiss butt and worked up the ladder, I can maybe get to become a sous chef or chef someday eventually and make like a salary. But
Mhm.
I don't have the heart for it anymore. Like my heart's not in it. Like
Yeah.
I honestly just cook for survival because I'm good at it. I know what I'm doing. You put me in any kitchen, I kick ass. I work circles around anybody, and I know how to get it done. So it's just a way to pay the bills. But what's crazy is that I actually make pretty decent money now compared to what I used to when I first started doing this. But
Hmm.
the cost of living has like literally tripled where I
Yep.
live, and the price of gas. So it doesn't mean anything. Like
Mm.
the raises that I get from jobs, or like if I get a new kitchen job and I make a couple more bucks an hour, it's not keeping up with inflation.
Yeah.
It's not. So that's why I'm thinking like learning how to program is going to be my best bet. And also because I have this custody situation with my kids, that's what I like about kitchen jobs is the schedules can be very flexible, and that's
Yeah.
what's keeping me there. Otherwise, I just go work at a factory or warehouse or Amazon or something, or do something like what Josh is doing. But
Well, I like the
that's just the
idea
way it is.
that yeah, but I do like the idea that like that's kind of what I like about YouTube is it doesn't enable you to have like a quick job, but if you stick with YouTube for long enough, like you in like well again, assuming you try to make money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing with a lot of people that build up large communities is they never even try to make money for X or Y reason.
Well,
But
the YouTube hustle can be kind of rough, man. I feel
oh, I
like
can.
it's a young man's game. I mean, I know I sound young, but I'm actually 36. I just turned 36 couple weeks ago. I'm getting up there, and a lot of people don't realize that I have a full time job. I got two little young boys in shared custody with them. I have my own apartment, and there's just a lot of responsibilities and things I have to take care of, and then like to do the videos on the side. That's why I had to step back from my channel because I was spending too much time on making videos and doing stuff for the channel that I was falling behind in other like responsibilities in life.
Yep.
So that's why like I just like had to pump the brakes, because I
No.
was also just getting burnt out because I mean I don't know I'm a perfectionist, so I like to put like 120% into things.
Mm.
And sometimes that kind of bites me in the butt because I was spending way too much time on making some of these videos
Yeah.
because I want like the perfect art and picking the nice music in the beginning and doing and I really got into Caden Live and all the different things you could do with it.
Yeah.
I mean, and I kind of learned as I go. When I first started this channel, I didn't even know how to use Caden Live. I've
Oh.
never made a YouTube video before. I mean, I literally just kind of like one night. I mean, because I've always had the idea. I always thought, oh man, it'd be cool to make an OpenBSD YouTube channel. And I used to almost on a daily basis just hang out on a Fediverse instance that was started by Derek Taylor called Distro,
Mhm.
and it was kind of I was one of the homies. It was a community of friends, and and Josh was on there and stuff like that. And we'd always be talking, and I just was like, and I like, what, I should start a OpenBSD YouTube channel because I love OpenBSD and I know a lot about it, and I think I have something to bring to the table. But I was like, I don't know how to make a YouTube channel. I've never done any of that kind of stuff. I've never recorded myself before. I didn't even know if my voice sounded good or not. And I really think those guys on there, like Syscrash and a lot of my friends on there, were super supportive. They really are the main reasons why that channel got started because they gave me the feedback and the support and the encouragement over that time. And then I just went ham with it. I kind of like overdid it in a 3-month period,
Oh.
just put out all the content, and then by like the New Year's I was just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I tried to do that
You
OpenBSD
burned
challenge.
yourself out, but I definitely don't think it was a bad thing because I mean I have to be honest, like genuinely thank you for making the channel because like there's there's not a lot, like there's genuinely not a lot of OpenBSD content on YouTube
Yeah,
at
I
all.
saw I saw the vacuum there because I used to follow the original OG OpenBSD YouTubers, and that was IBSD and Paranoid Life. And I wish if those guys ever come back, we're starting a revolution. It's
Oh
done
yeah.
for the Linux guys.
Oh yeah. Which is weird. Paranoid Life, like I his stuff, like I thought about like, sharing his stuff in that video I did talking about OpenBSD content creators, but I ended up not doing it cuz like IBSD is pretty much like if you're into BSD content creators, like I feel like I have to show him because even though he hasn't posted in a while, which is why you won't find him like as easily,
Hmm.
but he has great content, and like I don't know, like I've heard rumors from like I read a couple of I think one was a Reddit thread, but they were just talking about how like, you know, like people who apparently or supposedly know him, like he's thinking about coming back or like whatever. And so I
really
wanted to
hope he does.
Me too. Like he has some great videos.
And he's a smart guy. Like his Lewis scripting and his rights for Awesome Window Manager was like one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I've even seen anything that good on like Reddit.
Yeah, yeah. He's really good. Really good. But Paranoid Life, like he has such great quality like video. Like he has amazing quality video. And he like seems to have like a real passion for OpenBSD, but he's completely disappeared. And I wish he'd come back. Like
it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and also too, like it's not like you can ever get upset for somebody for leaving, because I mean, we all have lives.
That guy, he ran his own business, and he just recently had a baby around his like time he left his channel. So I totally understand that.
Oh yeah.
Probably just ran out of free time to do YouTube videos. You know,
and that's something that like people who have never made YouTube videos before will never understand. Like
I envy some of these young guys that don't have jobs, don't have kids, don't have hardly any responsibility, live with mom and dad. This is the time to make a YouTube channel, because you could put a lot of good effort and make something really solid, you know? Like, yeah. But the problem is that like it's harder for young people because they're a little social awkward. They're not, you know, they don't have their personalities aren't as developed as us old guys. You know, we can be funny and more, you know, like and get into it more. You know, I'm not saying that that's always the case, but I think that probably maybe was why you don't see a lot of like really young people getting into tech channels. You know, see like an older, like in the 20s and 30s kind of crowd.
Well, and it's also the thing of like it's very hard, like for me, like probably the reason that I've had no problem like creating my channel and like maintaining it is mainly because I'm very self-deprecating. Like I'm a 24-year-old guy. Like I live with my family. Like I don't, there's nothing about me that I try to build up more. Like I'm the first person to say that I'm an idiot. Like I'm the first person to say that like, you know, I messed stuff up.
I'm an idiot too, man. So trust me, man.
Yeah.
I'm not the smartest. I'm like, sometimes I was wondering, I'm like, why do people like my channel? I'm kind of dumb.
Well, and see, that's the thing. Like, I think that's what makes you successful, because the last thing that you can do, like, that's going to help you is convince yourself that you don't need to even do something or make the jump into trying to make content because you're not an expert. Like, I don't even know that experts will tell you that they're experts. Like most experts will tell you just how much they don't know because they know how much they don't know. Like, I think that kind of helps. Like if you have that mentality of, well, I might not be an expert, but I'm going to jump in it anyway. It helps.
I'll tell you, I came at it from this angle, and I think that this was just the best thing for me, was that I try to just cover like down to earth basics with OpenBSD, and I try to cover, you know, things that were practical that would be helpful for the person watching the video, like setting up a desktop environment, setting up these programs, setting this up, doing the simple things. Because I mean, if you go over to like the OpenBSD subreddit or like you know, Daemon forums, those guys are getting into some seriously advanced stuff that sometimes just goes over my head. You know, like I mean, I'd love to do some of that stuff some days, but there are some people that do way more like complicated stuff with technology than me, 100%. And
same. I mean, TFL's in chat, so he would be a great example. Like he goes deep.
You know, yeah. But you know, at the end of the day, a lot of people, they just never seen this stuff with OpenBSD, this kind of content. So I just went for it, and I do know some things. I mean, I've learned a lot of things just through trial and error and having to for like the longest time, I didn't have reliable internet. So that's how I learned a lot of my doing stuff offline kind of bits, you know, like that's what got me into this. I'd show people, how to install firmware offline, or how to install OpenBSD with no internet connection, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah. And your channel has also been your channel is a great resource for going to find OpenBSD content in the middle of doing something with OpenBSD. Like it's the best, because like, I don't know, I've been doing something on OpenBSD countless times, and then just seen one of your videos and been like, oh, okay, so that's what I'm going to do next. Like, that's the best thing.
Did you get your XenoDM riced out?
Okay, so let's dive into the OpenBSD talk. There's two main things that have happened here recently that are weird with OpenBSD. The main one being that it just doesn't detect my fan headers and stuff from my motherboard properly. But I can easily get around that with a Molex adapter and it's fine. So don't really care there. But the other one would be XenoDM. I cannot get to launch right. And by launch right, I mean, so I fill out the X session, like, fine. It's supposed to start up my PyCom and all that good stuff and exec CWM. And then when I log in...
You don't need to put exec in there, by the way.
Oh, I don't? Just CWM?
No, just CWM, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I mean, it'll still work with exec, right?
I don't know. I never use exec.
Okay, so I need to try that.
That's a start exit and RC kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I'll have to try it without the exec, because the weird thing was like, it seemed like
it might be just tripping on that.
Yeah, that's probably what it. That might be what it is. Because what would happen is I would log in, and then the login prompt would go away, and I've got the background for XenoDM and the console thing, and so my mouse would show up or still be there. The login prompt goes away, but the background and the console prompt are still there, and I don't get any desktop environment at all. But I haven't played around with it long enough to really figure out what's going on. Mainly because when I was trying to do that and everything, I was also trying to address all of the temperature BS that was going on with my system.
That sucks, man. I'm really lucky. I use old refurbished computers, and that's why I always have a good experience with OpenBSD.
Yeah,
Even though sometimes I do stupid things. Like I recently just nuked my Linux partition accidentally on OpenBSD, trying to format another partition on this multi-boot system, and it just all crumbled in front of my eyes, and I was just sad. And it was all my fault because I was being an idiot, and I forgot about a program called disk label, because I was trying to figure out what the damn name of the disk label was, and I put the wrong letter. It's like SD0K and SD0, I and J. Well,
yep.
I thought I had because what I was trying to set up was I had a 40 gigabyte FAT32 partition so all the operating systems, because I had Linux, OpenBSD, and FreeBSD, they could all transfer files between each other, and I didn't have to use a USB stick because that's USB. My USB thing is just slow, and So there's just a weird thing with OpenBSD is that if you use Linux tools like gparted to format something FAT32, OpenBSD doesn't like it. It won't have nothing to do with it. You got to use OpenBSD's new FS_MS-DOS to create a FAT32 file system that OpenBSD will agree with. It's so stupid, but OpenBSD does have weird little things like that, and its USB drivers are kind of not very good in my opinion. They're slow.
Well, it's a research distribution, or a research OS, I love your one video, I think it was a rant video, but you talked about that in there. It's a research OS.
Oh yeah, and I caught a lot of crap on that video because in the first half, I was talking about how it's not healthy or productive to be too paranoid with your computer usage.
Oh, I saw some of those comments, bro.
And people were pissed. They're like, "How dare you say that?" And I'm like, maybe I strike a nerve.
Well, the kind of funny part is with the people who are hyper paranoid, you telling them that they're hyper paranoid somehow doesn't compute. Because there was one there were a lot of comments on that video that were very reasonable and had good points, but there was one that you did respond to, and I read it, and it was completely unhinged. It was some guy who was highly paranoid. And
was it the guy that's talking about the government was going to come get us or something?
Yeah. Having to fight the government.
And that guy, he's a pretty regular commenter on BSD videos.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand. Hey,
I mean, he has
funny
points.
That he's talking to me because I'm the biggest. I've kind of grown out of it a little bit. I still believe those things, but I used to be the biggest, the kid at the party with all the conspiracy theories. I was a big conspiracy theory nut, 100%. And I think it's funny when people are like talking to me like, I don't know, like, don't you know that the government's bad and they're gonna come to get you? And I'm like, yeah, so yeah, we've been living with that knowledge for like 20 years now. Like, I just had to learn to live with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I
and
mean, I know
there's
I'm all for privacy and I'm all for good security, but at the end of the day, you should be able to like use your computer and not have it just be like you know, I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's also like the thing is like some people take the idea of privacy and take it to like essentially like a I don't know, like a xenophobic level. They're like, well, to be truly private, no one can ever know my name, where I live, anything.
Well, it's
and
even
like
more than that. They start bragging about how they block like 24 kernel modules, and they're blocking this one, and then they do this. Like, I know a guy, he's a friend of mine, but he's goofy like this. Like, he will sit there and just geek out on his uBlock origin setup, just like blocking every little bit of JavaScript that just so his internet barely works.
Yep. Yep.
And I understand it's probably smart. I mean, there's to be honest, when you learn about what's out there, what people are capable of, there's ways to own your browser that doesn't even matter what your operating system. Like, my browser could be compromised here on OpenBSD very easily. That's why we have Pledge and Unveil to kind of mitigate that.
Yeah.
And those things. So, I kept saying in the video, like, hey, I like privacy, I like security. Just make sure you're doing these things for the right reason, and don't just waste a lot of energy when it might not be necessary, because maybe nobody's really cares about you or your computer.
No.
Nobody's gonna come.
That's why I say his comment was unhinged. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like his comment is unhinged, not because that like he doesn't have any argument. Like, yeah, there's an argument for protecting your privacy, obviously, but your entire statement is don't go crazy about it. Like, don't drive yourself insane about it. And then he posts a comment that is like straight up like 16 paragraphs. Like, dog, come on.
Talk about I had to learn. It took me a couple months, but I had to learn how to deal with people's comments, because I would just get the dumbest comments, man. And just comments, for one, like, either the comment was just like something that they're asking me about something that I clearly talked about in the video. Like, it's obvious you didn't watch the video.
Yep, you watched 30 seconds and then you commented.
Yeah, that one always kind of got under my skin. And then another one is just some people that just, okay, this is like a big, kind of more of a big mission of mine in my channel. Like, I like educating people about OpenBSD and what it's all about, how you can use it. I never claim to be an expert. I hope that people understand that I'm just an ordinary guy. I have a 9 to 5 style job. I don't work for, I don't work as an IT specialist or anything like that. This is just kind of it's a way of life. I kind of got into this. I used to be a big Linux nerd. I used to love Arch Linux and stuff like that. But I was always once I heard about OpenBSD, I kind of checked it out, and I don't know what it was. I think I installed the where did I start? I think I started with the 6. It was the version where Puffy was wearing like a samurai outfit and he had a sword. It was that version. I think it's 6.7 or something.
Yeah, I was about to say it's either 6.7 or 6.6.
But I just remember being like, oh, this is actually really cool. This works really well. I like this. So I lived in it for a while, and I started watching all those videos by the developers and interviews with Theo, and I just started to fall in love with it. It's like you can catch the bug, kind of.
Yep.
The OpenBSD bug.
And that's the thing. Like, when you catch the bug, trying to describe to someone else like exactly what it is, it's hard, because there's like the argument against using OpenBSD as your daily driver. It's not hard to make. Like, it being a research OS means that it's not built for the community. It's not built so that you can just get your work done. That's not the point of it.
A lot of people want to treat it like it's just another like distro like for Linux, but for BSD. And so what I was getting at is one of my biggest things is fighting OpenBSD misinformation. It is something that can kind of get me a little like worked up, just a little bit, because some people just will continue to spread the dumbest things that just are not true. And like, or maybe they were true like years ago, but they're just like living in the past, kind of. Like, OpenBSD is slow. OpenBSD has a file system that's ancient from the 90s. And they hear these things. Or,
Well, I mean,
OpenBSD
that's
is good for the servers, not good for the desktop.
you actually have a good argument. Like, there's a really good conversation for us to have around the file system, because that is something that I find very interesting. Because TFL's in chat right now, and by the way, everyone in chat, I haven't been talking or like keeping up with chat at all, and I doubt we will for most of the stream, but TFL was actually talking with me about how there's no ext4 on a OpenBSD, and he made the comment, which I find, I feel like me and you will both definitely get a kick out of this. He goes, ext4 is not there. What, do they just not want people to use it? And
kind of, yeah, they don't really care if you use
exactly.
Yeah, and also, like, sometimes my comments on my videos, sometimes people, like, they phrase their words like they think that I'm telling them to just they need to just drop Linux, drop everything, and just install OpenBSD and only use OpenBSD.
Yes.
And I've never said that in any of my videos.
Yes,
I've always just like, just try it out on a spare machine, spin up a VM, just give it a shot, like try it out,
Yeah.
But
it's weird, like when you talk about something that you really like I don't know if it's like part of like the reptile brain or some shit, but like in people, as soon as you start talking about something you like, they're like, I don't know that it would work for me. Like you somehow saying and talking about how you like something now means they must do the same thing, and it's like no.
I even my huge boomer walking through the woods video. I don't know if you ever saw that one.
Yeah,
my kids.
Yeah.
I basically said in that video, should I use OpenBSD? I said yes and no. I said, I was also saying it might not be a good fit for you.
Oh yeah, it definitely, like, there's many use cases that OpenBSD just doesn't fit in, like, and that's fine. And like I think that's kind of what makes OpenBSD to me really, really good, is that you might not, like, it might just not be for you. Like it's not. That's something that it's very hard for like a lot of Linux people to understand, but there's a value in having like, let's say a Linux distro be community driven, and then there's also a set, like, it's not one's right or wrong, but there's also a merit for having an OS that's made for the developers themselves.
Yeah.
And if you can use it, that's great, but they don't care.
And I do encourage people. I know people want to use OpenBSD because they like the security aspect of it. They like the engineering aspect of it. I'm sure a lot of people, not everybody kind of is into looking at source code, but I also recommend to look at the source code because OpenBSD has like the most amazing code base you will ever see ever.
Yep.
Like it's a work of art. Like it can be hung up in a gallery.
It genuinely
it's that
is
beautiful.
Yep.
I mean, I was also trying to get you in the chat when you were talking about CWM. You should check out the CWM. It's actually comwm.c, the actual C file for CWM. I looked at it. I was like, this is so bloody simple and well written, and the syntax and everything. I mean, I mean, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it makes me want to get into C programming, kind of.
Ooh,
even though
okay.
I'm doing Ruby right now, and I'm terrible at it, but.
I've never learned Ruby. I know I'd be terrible at it.
The only reason I'm jumping on Ruby is because it's about the only programming language that I actually have past familiarity with, because I had a friend that was trying to get me into programming Ruby, so I tried it out for a little bit, and I don't know. I mean, for me, it's just like, okay, I want to learn some kind of development job. Which programming language should I learn? And there's just laundry list of 50 million frameworks and languages, and I just am like, yeah. So I'm just
you got to start somewhere.
I'm just gonna pick one, and then we'll just go from there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's kind of the thing, like with OpenBSD too, that I don't think a lot of people will agree with me on, but for me, OpenBSD, I'm willing to give up stuff to use OpenBSD. It's that good of an operating system. Like, I'm fine with giving up stuff. Now, I'm not really giving up much. Like, sure, I'm giving up like the Discord app. Like, okay, that's not really a loss at all.
So yeah, OpenBSD is lacking some things. Like, for one thing, I do like that Linux has is the PS2 emulator, PCSX2.
Yeah.
I like to play every once in a while. I like to play a PS2 game, and because it doesn't have that because PSX2 requires multilib. So
Mm-hmm.
there's not going to be any of that. Wine, there's no. So gaming is kind of like it's not really. I mean, it's a thing on OpenBSD, but it's probably not suitable for most people that are actually like into gaming.
Yeah.
So, and also a lot of people don't realize this is also that OpenBSD doesn't. It's really hard to port certain types of audio software to OpenBSD because a lot of audio software that works on Linux, like audio production, like music production software, has a hard dependency on ALSA and something. I can't remember. It's a certain type of GNU library, certain thing in the GNU library that just isn't in OpenBSD. That's why, because I was trying to port over some DJ software to OpenBSD, and I just hit a brick wall trying to do it.
Yep.
So
well, I mean,
if you're in it,
the fascinating thing is that Kden Live and Audacity have been ported over here.
Yeah, even though
and Pulse Audio,
is just a pain in my ass.
I was surprised as hell to find Pulse Audio on my system. I didn't realize that Pulse Audio works here. Like,
so I don't mean like. Have you ever heard of what's it called? Ardor. Have you ever heard of Ardor?
Yeah,
it's a digital audio workshop for Linux.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that could ever really be ported over to OpenBSD. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Well,
because
go ahead.
I am interested in EDM music production because anybody that knows me knows that I'm just like a complete like music nut, especially when it comes to electronic music. And maybe to some people just think that's annoying, but whatever.
No.
But I mean, I also like. I mean, I'm not. I like all types of music except for country music. I'm not really crazy about
knew it.
Music.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely good friends. Okay, definitely good friends. I can listen to anything other than country. We're good.
So yeah, I don't know about OpenBSD being a DJ or music producer's kind of a tool. I don't think it would work very good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could probably get some things done, but for the most part, you probably want to be running Linux to do that kind of stuff. So that's just one example of things that maybe OpenBSD wouldn't be good for.
Yeah. Well, and kind of the thing is like it depends on how important a good clean OS is, because I will say objectively, OpenBSD and Linux are both good, like objectively good OSs.
Everyone makes fun of me for this, but I love using Lubuntu. It's lightweight Ubuntu.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically Ubuntu with all the junk removed, all the canonical crap.
Well, I mean,
using that operating system.
It's weird that people will publicly crap on the like Ubuntu spinoffs, but as far as I've heard, in like every more private Discord, Jitsi call, everything, like the Ubuntu spinoffs are the good ones. Like, you don't choose mainline Ubuntu anymore. Like, why? They're trying to shove snaps down your throat. It's just a modified version of GNOME.
Yeah.
There's nothing special about regular Ubuntu. The spin-offs are doing interesting things. I don't know if Jeff's in the stream, but Low Spec Linux Laptop, he's just recently switched over to Xubuntu on both of his machines. He was using Xubuntu and Manjaro on the other one. But we were trying to play OpenRA. Mind you, I was live streaming from OpenBSD playing OpenRA, and he was the one having crashing and like reliability issues.
That can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, I run Arch Linux on my phone. I have a client phone, and I am running vanilla Arch, and that thing. I have issues with that thing sometimes, No, not gonna lie. That's why everyone thinks that I'm weird because I hate Pac-Man. I freaking hate Pac-Man.
Mm-hmm.
It is trash. I don't understand it. And I'm sorry, Arch Linux fan guys. I'm sorry. Arch Linux, those guys do a good job. But Pac-Man, the one thing I hate about it is that if anything happens while Pac-Man is doing its update, like if the system freezes up or if somehow Pac-Man is shut off mid upgrade. It totally just ruins the system. And
your entire system is screwed.
What kind of crap is that? Come on. This is Arch Linux. I mean, OpenBSD package add. Well, you could literally be in the middle of package add upgrade and unplug your computer. And then when you turn your computer back on, it'll just pick up where it left off. And it'll fix whatever package was partially installed. You don't even have to do like a special commands or anything like that.
Oh, dude. And I mean, like, I don't think many people will understand like the people who want to crack on like OpenBSD for having a shit old file system, that's like, it
Which
doesn't
is
have
not
any of the
true.
modern features or anything. Like, dude,
It
you
does.
have no idea how I have abused the living shit
Oh,
out of some of my partitions. And I at the worst, I run an FS check and they're just fine afterwards.
FFS2, you can run that thing through the mud, and you won't lose any data.
Oh, dude,
Maybe a little bit of fragmentation. That's it.
Maybe, just maybe, like,
like
yeah,
0.1%.
yeah, like I have genuinely been transferring data from a USB to the SSD and had not just a force quit or anything. Like, I full system power off, like complete power loss, booted back up, run FS check on both drives, fine. Like, I can just continue off. Files are fine, file system's fine,
Yep.
everything's good.
Yep.
That's not the
great.
case on. Yeah,
that's one of the benefits we get from those developers, because the developers of OpenBSD they're not your average programmers. They are seriously seasoned, very capable developers, and code doesn't get okayed by the main group, the core group, unless it's really good code.
Yep.
And even because sometimes I've kind of just checked out when I was bored. I check out mark.info and just I don't know, mark. It's just, mark.info is just a storage site for all the mailing list stuff, so you can see what's going on in the mailing list. And I'll look at some of the commits, and I'm not claiming I understand how it all works, but I've seen even Theo Durat say, "Hey, this would work. This looks like good code," but he's like, I don't want to do it like this. We need to do it the right way and just completely rewrite this from the ground up.
Yep.
And it's just that kind of commitment to quality. You see it in the user end side. You see it and how stable and depend. I mean, like, I can run the /current branch and not really have any issues, except for maybe once or twice a year you might get a buggy snapshot. Maybe they push something and then have to be like, oh, whoops, this,
maybe
just kind of wait. It's well.
I'm gonna be
somebody
honest.
that's dog-fooded current for years, I've seen it. I've seen some funky stuff come down the line.
Oh, I'm sure. But the funny thing about /current, especially for me, is /current can honestly run just as good as stable and just as reliably.
Yeah.
Like, there's almost no difference.
The only thing that can come in with /current is they can sometimes, when they're it hasn't happened in a while, because I feel like they've kind of really fleshed out so much security aspects of OpenBSD that they're working on other parts of it now too. But there for a while they were pushing some hard security implementations in, and sometimes your ports would stop working properly, or things with some things it would usually affect ports.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the funny thing about a lot. Like, I've heard online and saw a lot of devs that don't like OpenBSD and are kind of pissed off at it because, some improvements or features or, X or Y that they tried to add or, talked with Theo about, like, whatever, didn't get added, and they're upset about it. And, like, when you research it, like, at least in my experience, almost all of them, like, the response, like, from either Theo or one of the other guys is just, it's not like, okay, no, we're not adding this at all. It's just, this compromises security, so we have to figure out a way.
That's why they won't do wine. And some people, Josh has disagreed with me on this. He doesn't think that wine is insecure, but the OpenBSD developers say there's a potential for problems there with it.
Well, and that's the thing that people don't understand about OpenBSD is it's not just you can make an argument that, like, the way that OpenBSD treats security is it's not acceptable for it to probably be okay. Like, that's something that people don't really get. Like, in Linux, if it's probably okay, like, it's not that it's hyper insecure, but there's possibly a way that someone could, like, get around it, then in Linux it's okay until it becomes a problem. In OpenBSD they're like, no, just there can't be a way for you to to hinder security. There cannot be a way for your code to be abused.
Well, I mean, if your code is building and running on OpenBSD, that's a good sign. That's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, and and it nowadays it's not so much of a problem, but in the past, like we're going back like 5, 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, um, the quality of software overall in the free software ecosystem was really bad, like really bad. So like so when OpenBSD started ramping up its security features and it started making the memory allocation stricter and started, like your program wasn't allowed to get away with this thing that it could get away with in Linux, like referencing a null pointer and all the, all this kind of weird, coding stuff. A lot of people, the software stopped building. A lot of pieces of software stopped building, and so what they would do is they would file bug reports upstream. And then these Linux developers, well, they're not working on the Linux kernels, but developers that work on software that
for Linux
is mostly used in Linux, they would just, if they had a good attitude about it, they'd go and they'd fix these bugs, or they'd just get annoyed, like I'm tired of getting all these bug reports from these OpenBSD guys. Let's take a look at this, and that's how a lot of software got fixed in the ecosystem, how the software ecosystem got better. Now, of course, also some people would say also it was the rise of big tech that also brought an improvement in code quality. And I mean, that's one thing I got to say. I mean, I know some people, it's a professional job to shit on Chromium and Google, and I understand. But honestly, Chromium is a very well-written piece of software, and they did have privilege separation from day one in there, where Firefox, they kind of pasted it in after the fact, which may or not isn't always going to be as effective.
Well, and there's also the fact that Firefox is just not as good as Chromium on OpenBSD. Like it's not. I don't know what it is. It didn't used to be this way, but for some reason, there's just a screen tearing issue with Firefox, and I don't know what it is. And, well, it's just hyper unreliable. Like, I don't know if you've compared Firefox to
I've only
Chromium.
just opened it up for a couple of seconds to see how videos played, and I start seeing screen tearing, and I'm like, nope.
Yeah. It is.
I'm like, no.
As somebody who's tried it, it is genuinely hyper unreliable compared to Chromium.
Which sucks. Because when I'm on Linux, I mostly will use Firefox. I love Firefox on Linux. It's very reliable on Linux.
Yep. Well, now that being said, just as a tangent, we will go ahead and say, or at least I'll go ahead and say, Mozilla as a company has been dropping the ball left and right for
that's been going
so
on for
long.
Years now.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not the biggest pusher of Firefox, but in the web space, pretty much now, so anybody who's watching the stream, you might notice I'm not using Chromium. Just in case anybody's ever used QBrowser before, you might tell that I'm actually using
Chromium.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't get away from the Chromium engine nowadays. You just can't.
I mean, the thing is it takes thousands of developers and millions of dollars to build something like the Blake engine or the Gecko engine, 100%. And I mean, Apple spent a ridiculous amount of money creating the WebKit engine for Safari. I mean, people don't understand just how complex web browsers are. A web browser, even if I'm talking about Chrome or Firefox or Safari or whatever, a web browser generally will have about as much lines of code as a kernel for an operating system. It's like playing with fire running a web browser. There's just so many moving parts, so much code going on. It's so huge. And,
now most web browsers end up being they're practically an OS. They might as well be they're.
And somebody in the chat says that I use NetSurf and Linux. I like those programs. My favorite HTML only browser, and I've used it on the channel, is called Lynx Graphical Frame Buffer.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's great. But at the same time, I'm kind of a spoiled brat, and I want to be able to watch my videos and stream my music. Because I can't. I've tried. I just can't get into the terminal only, HTML only lifestyle. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not having ascended to that.
The only person that has ever made the argument so close to getting me over to it was. They had written I can't remember if it was a script or some way they had made it really easy. So when you go into links, when you click a YouTube URL or a video URL, it essentially runs either YT download or whatever that's called.
Yeah.
But pulls the video down.
there's different programs that allow you to use YouTube without having to use a web browser. And they work for the most part, but they're not as. I mean, it's at the end of the day, like I said, I'm spoiled, and I just worked my ass off all day. I want to be able to sit down and watch some YouTube. I don't care about any of this crap.
Well, I mean, I'm the same way. Like,
and
I
pay for the premium service. So might as well get my money's worth.
Exactly. and I mean, that's kind of the funny part about like people in web browsers nowadays. Like, if you're a YouTuber, like if you upload content to YouTube and you're someone who's like heavily against using the Chrome browser, what the genuine fuck are you doing with your life? Like, know, what? Right? Like the sheer irony of that.
I'm not against using any kind of software at all, except for proprietary software. That's about it. Like, that's the only one I'll kind of crap on. And even if you want to use proprietary software, that's fine. I mean, I still have an iPhone that I lug around because sometimes at work the Pine phone might just be kind of a little too slow, and it's just easier to use my iPhone sometimes, just on the Wi-Fi there.
Well, I mean, like, we all have that with some level of proprietary software. And like the funny thing is just because you shit on it, like, your Android phone, like, this is like, I'll shit on my Android phone all the time, but it's still, at the end of the day, there are some things that you just end up using, and my spy device here is one of those things that I just end up using. It's nice.
Yeah, and I do recommend if you can, if you can afford it, if the opportunity does arise, do get the PinePhone Pro and get the Arch Linux ARM Dreamers embedded edition with Fosh. Oh my god, it's actually really good. I mean, the only downside is I know some people, they need certain Android apps to do certain things, like the banking or whatever. And I'm just the kind of person where I can get away with it because I don't really need to do any of that stuff.
The only reason, like, let me be hilariously funny here. Okay, the reason that I cannot go with a Linux phone is because my desktop, because I do most of my stuff on my daily driver, I want that to be secure, and my phone is what I watch Netflix on in the shower. So I need like DRM and stuff like Netflix to work here.
Quote unquote Netflix.
Oh, well, I mean, like, look, porn is a whole different topic that it is definitely this device is used for 100%. I won't even lie. Like, why would I even lie? I'm a dude. I'm a 24-year-old dude with a cell phone. Yeah, porn gets loaded on it from time to time, but I do watch Netflix, and I don't know. I've told people this, but like, I would straight up put a TV in my shower because like I like taking long showers, like I just do, and the only time that I'll ever take a long shower is when I'm watching TV. Like, I've been watching Peaky Blinders. Oh, it's so good.
I have desktop Firefox on my Pine phone, so Netflix could technically work. I mean, I might have DRM.
Wait, hold on. You can get Netflix on the Pine phone?
Well, I mean, I have actual desktop Linux Firefox on here. The ARM build.
Interesting.
So if you can run Netflix on a Pine tab, so like in Linux, Netflix will run on Firefox, right? Because it bundles with DRM, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yeah, it'll run. Now,
will it? Wait, hold on. Do you have the PinePhone Pro, or do you have just the regular?
I have the regular because they didn't, when I bought my PinePhone, the PinePhone Pro wasn't even announced yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just got in on it early on, and and honestly, I'm gearing up. I need to make a follow-up video to my PinePhone video because honestly, since I switched over to this new software stack with Fosh and Arch Linux ARM, I've seen a 20% performance increase. I can actually watch. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, Manjaro KDE Plasma is a pile of hot garbage. I'm sorry, Manjaro KDE Plasma guys. I'm sorry.
Don't please never apologize for calling Manjaro a piece of shit.
Well, I shouldn't lump. It may not be Manjaro's fault. It may just be KDE Plasma Mobile.
Okay, look, I have to be honest. We talked about this like in detail with Jeff and everything, and we had a very open conversation with the community at large. Like, Manjaro is terrible right now. It just it is. They've switched to their default browser being Vivaldi. Like, do you know how much of a what the fuck is that? Like, have you ever used Vivaldi?
I switched over to Manjaro for a couple weeks just for fun on my desktop, and I went right back to Ubuntu. I was just like, this is not working as good.
Yeah.
And Ubuntu worked a lot better. It was a lot faster.
Oh, of course. Well, Manjaro is one of those things where the funny thing is the people who defend Manjaro to me go, I've never had an issue. Like, I've never had an issue with Manjaro. And while that's fine, like, that's completely fine, and I totally don't, like, I don't not believe anybody. I know for a fact there are plenty of Manjaro users that have just never had an issue before. But if you're someone who is a slightly more advanced user, or you have just the likelihood, like your hardware is more likely to have an issue with it or whatever, it is the most annoying Linux distro to debug ever, because it has weird issues that you can't replicate anywhere else. It's only in Manjaro, and even in Manjaro, it doesn't make sense. Like, I've had issues there where I've spent hours debugging and trying to figure out what's going on.
I wouldn't. I mean, I'm kind of at the age of that point where I kind of just don't care about a lot of things anymore. Like, I know these youngsters, man, they'll just sit there and they'll just go nuts over Gen 2 and Arch and just doing these deep down installs and stuff. And me, I'm I've already done that before, man. It's just not as fun to me anymore. A lot of people were telling me when I was using Manjaro, they're like, no, you need to just use regular Arch, just install Arch, bro. They got a new install script, and I'm just like, I don't care. I just want to be able to just do my things, use the web browser, and just do my things. I don't. And also because I hate Pac-Man so much, I would rather use the apt. And you can use apt on Arch.
And the thing is too, with Linux, like, now, for everyone in chat, like, look, I'm not shitting on Linux, okay? I'm just stating something.
I use Linux too, guys. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Like, I'm not hating on Linux. Like,
Linux users shit on Linux too. Okay.
There are certain things that are just fact, and with Linux, no matter how simple your system is, you're like a Linux distro, especially the distros like Arch or Gentoo, where you're more responsible for your system, like you're more in charge of your system. The funniest thing is you figure out just how fragmented it feels. Like, you're getting this piece from over here, this piece from over here, this piece from over here.
It really is.
Yeah, and then you combine it all together.
People run into problems all the time. This stuff doesn't always work perfectly. And that's why OpenBSD is so amazing, because it's developed all as one whole operating system, the whole thing.
Everything is meant to work together.
Yeah, everything's meant to work together. And also, I figure we could also talk about this too. A lot of people don't realize OpenBSD does have some GNU core utils in base. There is some GNU. OpenBSD is not strictly a BSD MIT permissive licensed operating system. It is a mix of all types of licenses and frameworks and languages, just like it may be more skewed towards the permissive licenses, but that it does have GNU. Just like, like any Linux distro you're going to use has software that's using permissive licenses. And that I don't mean to segue the conversation, but that's one thing that I just never understood, is how people just can get really bent out of shape over that kind of stuff. That's another thing that I get attacked all the time about OpenBSD is the damn license. Like for one, like, dude, are you running a company? Are you a software developer? Like, why does this bother you so much?
Oh, well, it's not even that. Like, the funny thing is the people who get really upset about the license of BSD, to me, like, we just fundamentally disagree, like, just on a basic level. I don't hate the GPL. I like the GPL. I think there's many good reasons for it to exist. But hands down,
if I was coding something that I thought might maybe someday make me a lot of money, I would GPL it for sure, 100%.
Yeah. Well, the thing about the GPL is, like, the reason I'm not a fan of it, like, and by fan of it means it's not my favorite. Like, I don't hate it. I don't dislike it at all. I like the GPL license, obviously. I just don't champion it, because like, the argument of it's a virus is 100% true. Like, it is a virus. Like, anything it touches has to become GPL, or some weird byproduct where it doesn't technically have to be, but then some stipulations will apply. Like, it's just the GPL can get weird, and
it does.
Yeah.
Well, I think people's vehement like defending it gets weird. Like I mean, just the other day I was reading somebody was just going wild, and I was like on the Fediverse. Somebody, well, I mean, everyone just goes wild on the Fediverse,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
somebody was going wild, just saying, I just anybody that would use a permissive license is the world's biggest cuckold, and I don't know how they look themselves in the mirror. And I'm like, this has to be some kind of copy pasta or something. But if somebody is being like seriously typing this, I'm like, bro, you're using the word cuckold. Have you ever even been with a woman? Let's be honest, bro. Like the way you're sounding sounds like you've never even stepped outside of your basement for more than 10 seconds, maybe just to go get a pizza.
Oh, you know that guy definitely does not go out and see what like women. He's no. He's long.
And I'm not saying that I'm Mr. Ladies Man over here. I've probably actually.
You have children, so
yeah.
You know, you might not be a ladies man, but at the very least, you know what a woman's like.
Oh, and yeah, they're terrible.
Not gonna lie, I have genuinely talked to people who would like kiss the ground that Richard Stallman walked on, and like I'm like, look, I like Richard Stallman, like I think he's done great things, but also I'm not going to deny that
he's a huge perv, bro. He's a big time perv.
Dog,
100%.
He's eating his like it's not
even a secret.
Yeah, it's not even a debate that he's defended pedophiles and then also eaten his toenails. So like, you know, he's not the most.
When he was in college, he liked to sleep around. He got some ladies, and I guess he kept like a bed in his office, and I don't know. So I guess some women said that he was kind of creepy. I don't know, but women will say that about normal guys too. So just
well, I mean, dudes will say that too about girls. I mean, it's just it goes back and forth. Like
you know, I can separate the man from it. I don't really. I'm not trying to be Richard Stallman's friend. I'm not God. I'm not judging him for his sins or anything. I just like his message about computing. That's exactly. When he does those TED Talks, that stuff's dope. I love that stuff.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like,
it's really the control. Who's being controlled? Controlling you? The you or the computer is it controlling you? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. I'm getting the.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be like The Rock. Give my standing ovation, bro. I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with like Richard Stallman. Like, there seems to be like two types of people when it comes to Richard Stallman, the GPL and everything. It seems to be like there's the moderate group that are like, you've done a good thing, thank you. And then there's the like a white knight group who's like, because you didn't want to slit your own wrist for the GPL, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, I will say, in the past, Richard Stallman has been unfair to OpenBSD, 100%. Mm-hmm. Like there was kind of a beef between him and Theo that was a thing, you know, like basically he said he would not recommend OpenBSD as free software because of a rumor that there was possibly a port in the port system that pointed to some non-free software. And, you know,
well,
I mean,
to me that means absolutely nothing. Like Richard Stallman saying that he wouldn't recommend OpenBSD, like for one, OpenBSD is not the champion of the GPL, so makes sense.
But you know, OpenBSD, I personally, in my heart, and I think that you can back this up because I don't. You see, this is one thing. A big thing I'm a champion of is if you're going to be talking about technology and getting into technology, kind of leave emotion leave emotion behind because emotion doesn't really belong in technology. So I think you could make a scientific technological case that OpenBSD is fully open source. There's no, I mean, some people will say, oh, there's some little blobs in the kernel for our firmware blobs in the kernel. But I'm like, come on, it's just there to get your computer working. You guys always complain that how the compatibility with hardware, then they get the compatibility working, and then somebody's complaining, oh, but you got some blob in there, and it's just like, oh,
yeah, it's like you can't have the best of both worlds, man. You got to pick and choose, like. Well, and there's also a reason why the firmware blobs come from somewhere else. Like,
yeah, I think it also comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of just the whole landscape of hardware in general and companies and these Taiwanese manufacturers and stuff like that, and non-disclosure agreements. OpenBSD from early on, the developers said we don't allow signing of NDAs. They will not do NDAs, and some that might have hindered its growth in a ways because there's certain drivers that they'll never get because they will not sign an NDA.
Well,
And there's certain
but see,
drivers in
that's
Linux. I'm wondering like how the hell did you guys get this driver?
well, yeah, but see, like the thing is like that to me, I respect that. Like I respect them not having support for some things because they have, some would say goals, but I'm going to say standards, and they stick by them. And I respect that more than just we will cowtail to any corporation as long as it pleases the community at large. Like to me, it's kind of disgenuine, like the way that some Linux like support is developed, because like the community wants it very bad, but they have no idea that behind the scenes to get that support, it required NDAs, and there's a whole bunch of like stuff that you couldn't really find out how it works. Like it.
Yeah, you can't write drivers without hardware documentation. Now you can reverse engineer things, and that only goes so far though.
Like, well, and even if
things get more complicated.
Yeah, exactly. With how complex hardware is nowadays, like, come on, reverse engineering it is almost impossible. Like
maybe with smaller things like a gate array on a Wi-Fi card or something, that's possible. But and a lot of Linux users don't realize it, but honestly, the things that they have in Linux are because of corporations. So basically, like it's like a corporation will release a driver for their hardware for use with Linux because other corporations paid for it because they use Linux in their infrastructure and their operations. And it's not because they care about Jeff using Arch Linux over in Missouri. They don't care about the whatever Linux distro communities out there. Like and like the only reason why you even have Widevine or DRM in Linux in the first place is because of Chrome OS and Google. Google paid, basically paid the bill to make it happen. There's always somebody paying. Like even I just learned recently that Elementary OS is going down the tubes because of the main developers are suing each other or whatever. And I didn't realize just how much money was involved with something like Elementary OS. Like who the hell even uses that stuff anyways? But
well, I mean, that's the funny part about it. Like it's so weird. Like, could you imagine like 5 years ago if you just got told that like, hey, so there's a Linux project and they're like they're like the main people behind it are fighting and suing each other because of over money. That would be like, you'd be like, what?
Yeah.
Like who's going to sue each other over $100? Like, what are you doing?
A lot of open source has a lot of volunteers, people that do stuff for free, but a lot of the bigger, heavier lifting is being paid for some way or another. Like somebody's footing the bill. Like even in OpenBSD has what's called the OpenBSD Foundation, which Theo's not in charge of. It's completely separate. It's 501(c), but they raise money so that if there is some serious something like heavy duty that needs to be worked on with OpenBSD, they will pay a developer to take time from his job or his business and actually just work on that. And FreeBSD does the same thing, and I'm sure Linux does the same thing too. I mean, I even heard the Linus Torvalds pretty filthy rich.
Yeah.
Like he's got money.
he doesn't get just paid a small amount. Like if we're being honest.
I mean, he's not hurting. He's not ordering from the dollar menu.
I mean, he's not a millionaire, but at the same time,
he might
not
be.
doing bad. Well, he might be, but I'm saying millionaire in the sense of like he's not like I got like $400 million in the bank, and exactly, like now, Voice of the True in chat actually had a good question. He said, let's talk about which motherboard does Root recommend for OpenBSD. So if you had to recommend someone, a motherboard.
Well, honestly, I recommend ThinkPads and older desktop refurb computers. Honestly, like reuse recycled computers. It's good for the environment. And a lot of this stuff still has this planned obsolescence stuff is such crap. A lot of this stuff still has a lot of life in it. And I'll be first until I pay for everything. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment all by myself. I have a van. I have 2 kids. So money is stretched thin for me. So I kind of look to save money wherever I can. So I don't have a lot of experience using OpenBSD on brand new hardware. And I don't really have the spare money to like be buying a bunch of new hardware, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. So sorry, I couldn't give you a good recommendation. What I've always recommended was just to use refurbished older equipment because it's generally going to work. It's going to work well. especially like I like the HP Elite Desk. I use the HP Elite Desk. Is it the 800? The Dell Optiplex series, the Lenovo ThinkStation, anything Lenovo ThinkPad or ThinkStation. I know
Lenovo
that,
has great products. Great
yeah,
products.
yeah, anything that like Lenovo, you generally don't want to buy just the most brand new thing. Give it some time because OpenBSD is a smaller project. It's going to take time before they get that kind of support going. So like an
Like
X1 Carbon
that's
is
kind of
just,
the thing. Like I have a recent motherboard. Like I'm
and it
not
works. You're lucky.
exactly it works, but there's still issues with it,
Yeah.
which to me I
Um,
can't be upset about. Like it
Honestly
works.
though, I bet you if you got on the mailing list and you really well like document your issues, you probably might be able to get some developers interested in pushing some fixes through. So you never
Oh
know.
sure. Well, see the thing is for me is like if for the thing for me is like I will send my D message. I will do the normal thing that every OpenBSD user is expected to do. By the way, for anybody who's watching this and you try OpenBSD, even if you have issues on OpenBSD, follow the install guide on the FAQ, and once you have it installed, there's like it ends with something saying that you need to go ahead and set up your
Send us your D
email
message.
relay. Exactly.
Yeah.
And just pipe out your D message. And I think it asks
Did you
for,
send out yours for the workstation?
yes,
Nice. Yeah.
the workstation. And then this one here, I'm actually going to send it off tonight tonight or tomorrow. Well, technically it's already tomorrow morning, whatever. Um,
Yeah.
I'm gonna send this one off, but I'm not too sure whether or not I'm gonna update to Dash Current before then. I'm kind of leaning more towards going to Dash Current.
I'll tell you right now, one thing I'm experiencing in Dash Current that's kind of like annoying is for whatever reason I'm running Chromium version 100,
Yep.
and
Hmm.
it YouTube doesn't like it so much.
Really,
I think they're still working out some bugs.
dude,
Yeah, there's some.
you
It's kind
have.
of buggy.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so here's the thing. For me, I don't have any issues with YouTube or anything like that at all. But in CWM, you know how like when you move a window, like you get that geometry thing come up, like
Uh-huh.
where it is. In Chromium, it's like transparent, like semi-transparent with
Oh,
blur on it and shit. Like it's really weird. Like
interesting.
yeah, it
Well,
looks
it
terribly
could be
weird.
a CW. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, these things are.
Well, it's
I
not a
don't.
CWM issue. I know for a fact it's a Chromium issue because in every other program I've tested, like moving it around works fine, no problem. So it's
Oh.
just Chromium. But then again, that's also why I wanted to move over to Qt browser, like anyway, because I tested it on Dash Current and there's no issues with Qt browser. And at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing as Chrome, but just more keyboard
Well,
driven.
the only thing I don't like about QBrowser right now is that they're using an older version of Chrome. That's kind of I don't know. I don't know if they're backporting security fixes to this one. Let me see. I'm gonna look up. I'm on Open Ports, which is a
Mm-hmm.
ports website you can go on to,
Yep.
just to look up the ports tree. And also, there was somebody in my comment section asking me to make a video about the OpenBSD port system, and I was like, sure, I could do that. But I kept thinking in the back of my brain, I'm like, that's gonna be a really boring video because it's so simple. It's like it's not that complicated.
Yeah.
I think maybe when I remember when I first came to the BSDs, I thought the port system was actually really revolutionary. I'm like, man, Linux needs something like this, and I guess they do. I guess Gentoo has something like that.
Yep.
Let's see. Qt Web Engine right now is still running 5.15.2, which was updated last year in January. So yeah. So might not be there have been some serious CVEs found in Chromium since then, like serious CVEs. Especially I remember like around the end of last year there were some found. So it might not be the most secure version of Chrome that you could be running, but it's
And
definitely
also the
easier on
thing is
memory.
well, and here's the thing too. Like it all depends on what you care about. Like
Yeah.
you're already running OpenBSD, so like the odds that whatever CVE that you get is going to be implemented
Yeah.
for your platform is probably pretty low. But also, again, if you care about security, like the Chromium port is the best web browser port
Well,
on
the thing
OpenBSD.
is well, you got to be careful. Do you store your passwords and like bank information into the web browser?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So those things could be compromised, and using OpenBSD will have no consequence on that.
Yeah, that's straight up a U thing, like in
Yeah.
Chromium thing.
So there's that. You know, I was actually because there's this a YouTube channel that's actually one of the most. It's almost just as popular as Linus Tech Tips, but it's an IT guy with a big beard, and the guy is really smart. I just found his channel the other day.
Techs?
Yeah, what is it? He has just a
Wendell?
lumberjack beard, and he's like an IT wizard. Like he had a video where he hacked his wife's web browser or something.
Okay, yeah. I don't think we're talking about Wendell here.
No, it's not. It's not Level 1 Tech. I know who Level 1 Techs is. I just recently found this guy's channel. Let me see if I can look it up. But anyways, yeah, he was talking about how web browsers can be hacked using software called Beef, and how easy it is, and all the data you can get out of a web browser once you've owned a web browser. It's kind of scary. I mean, there's a lot of data that the web browser will tell on you about your passwords and your information. So that aspect. Oh, his name is Network Chuck.
Mm-hmm. Before we continue, I do want to go ahead and respond. We had one comment in chat. Alpha asked, can you guys make a video where you manually install OpenBSD like Arch Linux so we have a better understanding of the FFS file system and how everything works in the operating system? And what I will say in response to that is I know you can find educational content like that on Root's channel, but on my channel as well, I have a video or live stream. If you go through my page, you'll see it. It's literally the thumbnail is a picture of like the OpenBSD like TTY, and it's not too far back in the channel's history.
You still have to use the installer though. You can't just drop into shell and install OpenBSD with commands.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like
I think that's what he's talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's talking about like Arch Linux, where you do everything, you manually like build the system up with commands.
Oh, well, yeah. If you're talking about like that, like again, there's just the guided installer, which genuinely you don't like. Wanting something else other than the OpenBSD guided installer, like I'm sorry, but you're like mentally you have to you need to be thrown into an insane asylum.
I mean, I'll play good guy here. If you really are interested in how the OpenBSD system is installed, you can look up the guided installer is just a shell script. It's a corn shell script.
Yeah.
So you can go on the OpenBSD source code, go look up the installer script, and you can see exactly what it's doing.
Yeah. Again, so Joshua actually asked another question. He said you can install OpenBSD manually. I didn't read the rest of the chat, but
no, you can't. Any OpenBSD developer would tell you, hell no, don't do that.
Well, it's highly advised no. And also the guided installer is what you want anyway. Yeah. It's an easy install. Just in case, Alpha, you were asking about like just the regular install, like walking through the install. I have a video I think it's a video, but it might be a live stream. But if it is a live stream, it's a short one. But that will walk. I do the guided install and walk through it, and then there's also a post install guide I have on my GitLab, so you can go watch that. And that talks about using the tool in the install for editing the automatic layout. And so I talk about using that and formatting and all of that stuff in that post install guide. But really, in all honesty, learning the FFS file system is one of those things where it seems daunting at first because you're just like, I have no idea
what's there to even learn. It's kind of hands off.
Exactly, and that's the thing. It really is, but when you first get into it, it's different. So you're like, oh, this must be complicated. I must have to learn a lot.
No, it's not. No. But the only thing you can maybe do is you could enable soft updates. That's about the only thing I can think of.
And that's in my post install guide as well, enabling soft dep and no anytime.
It's kind of like a idiot proof system. You could actually kind of be like a moron with using Linux and be good at OpenBSD because everything is just so simplified. It's so it's kind of made for you don't really have to get your hands too dirty, and maybe that might turn some people away.
Well, and I think you're right. I think you're definitely right. And that's when the installer itself requires you to not press enter maybe twice, you can
Okay,
understand the
listen. All right, be honest
simplicity.
with me now, Zane. Be honest with me. Have
Mhm.
you ever where it said you full enter a username where it says like enter a username? Have you ever typed yes instead of the actual username? I've done that.
No, I haven't done that.
Oh God, I guess I'm the dumb one. But
I love it. I've never once thought about that. Never once.
because I guess one night I was really tired, or I did it on a video. I was tired, and it's like I guess in my brain I thought it was asking me, "Do you want to set up a new user?" And I'm like, "Yes." And it's like, "No, what is the new user's name?" And it actually has a response for if you
Oh,
type yes.
really?
Like
It,
it does.
yo,
It has a little bit of built-in humor into it. I'm not kidding. Like
that is
OpenBSD school,
awesome.
here's a little known fact. OpenBSD's Fortune program has like there's a recipe guide for the OpenBSD developers for when they do their hackathons, and there's a recipe for like cooking up like roasted elk, and it's in the recipe is hilarious. It talks about drunk German developers, and it's like these guys are funny. They have a sense of humor. The OpenBSD devs are cool. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are kind of like super bleeding heart liberals. I will tell you, I'll warn you that right now. If you're kind of like a more of a right leaning kind of person,
That's
but
funny
hold on, I'm
because I've
fixing
been
my chair.
using I've been using OpenBSD for a while, been checking up and reading on things, and not once have I come across a political post yet.
They
Now,
do. There is one.
yet.
There was a little bit of a political scandal. I will talk about it. They the developers on GitHub are I just saw this on GitHub, but they put in a new commit that nobody's allowed to use gendered language anymore. So there's that. And somebody like pointed that out to me when they were trying to like dog on me for using OpenBSD. And I'm like,
Oh
well,
god.
those guys that are actually advocating that you know, they're of the kind of people that's something that matters to them. For
Yeah.
me, I'm like whatever, you know.
Well, also, like,
I'm
I
old
mean,
fashioned, and I grew up in the South, so
you're gonna have those people everywhere. Like
you
the
know
people who like
it,
want to make everything into like some type of politics. Like those are gonna be
yeah. I mean,
everywhere.
like we're
It's just
talking
if
about
you
technology, man.
exactly like
Like
it's just it's up to you whether or not you
yeah,
pay it any attention. Like don't
yeah,
pay it any attention. Like I mean
yeah.
that's also some of the thing. Like I can't remember what game it was, man, but it's a really crap game. Like by crap I don't mean like it's just a terrible project. I'm not going to name a name here, but it's just it's not it's not a very well planned out game project. But I've been keeping eyes on it, and
What game is
uh,
it?
again, I won't say names because it's.
Oh,
I just called it crap, and I don't want to point it out because it's a very niche project. Like it doesn't have a lot of viewership, and I don't want to send a whole bunch of people there who are just gonna be like, "Oh yeah, this game's shit," and like openly let the guy know. Like I kind of don't want to do that to him. But he now, mind you, this is a very small project. Like maybe 20 to 30 people are keeping up with it. He in one of his last Discord like updates, like change logs for the game. I hope I don't. I hope he doesn't come after me for this. But anyway, he put like a whole bunch of like political shit like in his change log, and it's just like it was funny to me because I'm like, who is ever going to read this? Because like it was talking about like Ukraine and Russia and like blah blah blah. Like I'm like, dog, you're making a game. Like the game has nothing to do with Ukraine, Russia, at all. Like it's you're posting a dev update, like a change log. Why?
yeah. I know who you're talking about. I know exactly. And
Oh,
also, that
really?
reminds
You
me.
know
That
who?
reminds me. Dude, I get around on the internet. I
Oh,
do.
I guess you do.
I do. Yeah, I know. Well, that's he's not the only one that's doing it. There's several projects that have done it, and there was that one guy that injected malware into
That's a
uh,
big
uh
story right now.
the what was it, a JS kind of framework thing. I can't remember what it was.
Uh,
VEU.js,
yeah, yeah,
or it
dude.
was something upstream from Vue. It
Wait,
was
no, cause it wasn't. Oh my god, I've been working with Node.js for a while now, and so I almost said like Node.js, and it definitely isn't
no
Node.js.
oh god, it's something IPC or IPS or something. I don't Node IPC, I
Node
believe.
IPC. That's it.
Yeah,
Someone
yeah.
just commented.
So,
Thank you,
and
the
by the
OpenBSD
way,
guy.
what that guy did is actually potentially could put him in prison. And if you ever want to get just a really good, just like a gut ripping, roaring laugh, watch Mental Outlaws video on that guy, and towards the end, he roasts that guy. And Mental Outlaw is just an absolute savage, bro.
I
Like
I
he's
love
just
the
an
dude,
absolute
man.
savage.
He's
Like,
so good.
oh my god. But yeah, the way he that video, the way he said about what that guy did was hilarious because he's all talking about, and you look like a soft guy, and you're gonna have not a good time in prison, and they're going to free
Yeah.
you. And I'm just like, oh my god, dude, freaking Kenny, bro. Like he just does not care. He's just like, that's what I love about him. He is
Well,
truly the mental outlaw.
and I mean that's kind of the thing about security nowadays, and like one of the things that makes OpenBSD great is it's not a security focused thing from like a I don't know, like a mass appeal per like stance. It's not that OpenBSD shouldn't be used by the masses, but it's not aimed to work for the masses. So it's just not nearly as much of a target for that kind of shit.
Nah.
Like it really doesn't attract that kind of fervor, I guess.
You also gotta realize that a lot of its main developers have been using Unix since like the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Like no cap, like they don't care about a lot of this new stuff. Like,
well,
they might a little bit, but it's
yeah.
not on their. It's not in their priority.
And that's the thing that like I love about talking to people who are very like anti OpenBSD. They're like, you know, well, it seems like they don't want anyone to use it, and like it's just
okay. These are the same people that will go on Reddit and have some like 3-paragraph thing about how can we get the normies to accept Linux more. And so I'm like, do we really need to have them accept Linux more?
Yeah. Well, also, like, I feel like a lot of people come into Linux and can transition into the BSD space, but typically, you know, obviously being Linux being the bigger thing, people come into the Linux space assuming that it's some type of corporate like project, like it's a capitalistic, like let's maximize profits, let's get the maximum amount of profit share, just like Microsoft or like Apple. Yeah, and it's like you don't know your target audience. Like the target audience for Linux is not the same amount of like, or the same target audience for Microsoft.
Like I a lot of I say a lot of Linux like fanboys are kind of ignorant of like the actual Linux ecosystem. Like the main usage of Linux is for network infrastructure, for IT, for servers, for web. It's not for desktop. Desktop Linux is a very small percentage.
Oh yeah. Usage. If for any reason some of you guys out there need proof of this, just look at Canonical as a company. Like this is not some like conspiracy theory, like genuinely you have to be retarded not to notice it. Just look at Canonical as a company. What do they focus on? Is it the desktop or the server? And if you say desktop, I'm sorry, but there is a mental asylum near you that you need to go check yourself in at.
Yeah, like, it's not. I mean, it's great. It's great that we have these distros that work for the most part. You know, even though there's like a million of them.
Yep.
And I mean, at the end of the day, who's really paying the bills is the corporations and the companies. They're footing the bill for the development. You know, and also, okay, like even with OpenBSD, and I've said this in my videos, if you go to the OpenBSD top donors for the OpenBSD Foundation, it's Google, Facebook, other companies, you know.
Well, it's because they're the ones with money. Like, duh. Well,
they are using OpenBSD in their infrastructure for whatever reason, whatever they're using it for. I guess Facebook is using OpenBSD. I don't know what they're using it for, but they're using it. They're using OpenBSD's code. So here's the thing. A lot of people that are big GPL advocates, and there's nothing wrong with being a GPL advocate as long as you're just not an asshole about it. But the thing about being is that they don't realize that, let's say about the only company I know that's ever gotten away with this is Apple. But for anybody else, any other kind of development team, if you hard fork a serious complicated piece of code, you're on your own. You got to continue to maintain and develop that and keep it going. And a lot of times you could be shooting yourself in the foot, and you have some serious problems 2 years down the line when you've hard forked something like an operating system, you know. And I think even like Apple, with their billions and billions of dollars, they have FreeBSD code in their kernel. It's not even the whole kernel. It's just a small section of their kernel is running FreeBSD code from an old version of FreeBSD. I think it's FreeBSD 9, and whatever. I guess they do. Apple does still contribute. They're like the worst. Okay, like everyone just always points to Apple. Apple's just terrible, anyways. Like, but
my God,
but like
yes.
even Sony PlayStation, even Sony with their PlayStation OS, they do work with upstream FreeBSD because it makes the engineers' lives a lot easier to follow upstream to make sure things keep working, because otherwise they got to like kind of like reinvent the wheel and create the stuff themselves when you got upstream that you can work with. So they do contribute back code. They do. Now, do they do it like as frequently as maybe somebody that is under a GPL would do? No, probably not.
Yeah.
But so so it's in the long run, it's better to run a soft fork of code. And my it's getting late. Where was I going with this?
Oh, I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. Because I was actually looking at this comment, and this comment's pretty good. So Legend of the Magic Purple Dragon, which this dude, like, I'm sorry, bro, but your username, anytime you comment, I'm probably gonna shout you out because that is just such a awesome fucking username.
Yeah, I know FreeBSD has BSD code in it. That's not. I'm saying that people that are like companies like Sony and Netflix are contributing code back because it makes the engineers makes their lives easier to work with upstream.
Yeah.
The only company that I know of that ever just did a hard fork and just a middle finger was Apple. Like that's the only one I can ever really think of.
Well, and
in the long term.
Mm-hmm.
If you're maybe making a product that's just going to be like, one off, like a little IoT device, that's one thing. But I mean, yeah, like I'm sure you guys have. I'm sure some of our smart fridges are running NetBSD or something.
Yeah. Well, he also said Linux is for the people who hate Windows and BSD is for the people who love Unix, and I've heard that plenty of times before, and that is so true. Like that's it. And you only really understand that when you started using BSD for a while. You're like, oh, I get it. Like there's at the very least some credence to that statement.
For me, using Linux feels like I'm using Windows. Like I feel like I'm cheating when I use Linux. I feel like
I don't
to me
feel
it's like
that
Windows.
far.
It because I've been using OpenBSD for so long. And I like using Linux. Don't get me wrong. Like I've been using it more lately, just because I was getting kind of bored and I wanted to just try something different. Because that's one of my roots where I started with Linux.
Mm-hmm.
But when I use Windows, it's like autistic screeching. I'm like, what the hell is this? What is this? It's like that meme with that dude, that little turtle. He's like, where am I?
Well, I don't know that I could go back to Windows only because, I mean, gaming support is great. Like I'm gonna have a gaming like desktop that's Windows that's only used for Steam on like my big TV in the middle of the house.
Now because of the Steam Deck, you might not really have to be doing that so much anymore.
Well, I might not, but I have that 6600 XT, and I mean the Steam Deck's not going to compete with it. So like I already have the hardware for it, so it might as well be put out there for gaming. But on my main desktop machine, like my main OS where I'm doing everything, I can't go back to Windows. Like, sure, games will work.
I don't think Windows is good software, to be honest with you. Like
the
operating system itself, it's not.
It's not.
Honestly, like you could make a case that Mac OS is better software than Windows.
Easily.
Yeah,
easily. I mean, the actual. Go ahead.
One thing that Apple has done right is their user interface. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
The iPhone user interface is like heavenly.
It's perfect.
I hate the company because they're such dicks and they spy on you.
Yeah, I mean, then also like Microsoft doesn't really compete with them because like Apple innovates constantly. Like they're not afraid to redo their code base. They're not afraid to like really innovate.
Well, and so does Microsoft.
Yeah. Well, exactly. You would think, but Microsoft
honestly, I don't know what the hell Microsoft is doing.
See, that's the problem. That's the real thing. I shit you not. Did you know that there is a bug with a printer driver that allows what is it, remote code execution in Windows, and it has existed since before I was born.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's not surprising.
And
I
it
mean,
still hasn't been patched in Windows 11.
With throughout Windows 10, actually, even Theo will say this: Windows has stepped up its game with when it comes to security in terms of kernel security, which is a little different. A lot of people are like, well, you can still get tons of viruses. I'm like, yeah, but the user does that to themselves. They're being dumb.
Well,
the viruses exist because of Windows' popularity.
Yeah, but to be honest, like saying that Windows has stepped up their security is like saying, a sumo wrestler's lost 5 pounds. Like,
well, they are adopting the security strategies that OpenBSD is adopting. Like OpenBSD did a long time ago, but they are adopting things like ASLR and
well, I mean, my point there is kind of like when you take a regular person, like let's say like someone who's at an average weight, like let's say like around like a 6 foot male, like let's say he's around 200 pounds, like he's around the average size. If he loses 5 pounds, it's much more necessarily noticeable or impactful. It's much more compared to a sumo wrestler who's like 400 pounds who lose 5 pounds. It's much more noticeable on the first guy, and that's kind of like Linux, Windows, Mac, or excuse me, Linux, Mac, and BSDs obviously compared to Windows.
What's your opinion on Linux security?
It's fine. It's nowhere near as good as OpenBSD. Like it is severely lacking compared to OpenBSD, but it compared to pretty much the rest of the ecosystem, it's damn good.
It's good,
yeah, especially when you take into consideration like Windows and Mac. Like Mac is also really good, but they have. The reason Mac is really good is it's also very intrusive to the user. Like if you've ever tried to use Mac, especially recently, whenever you do anything, you're going to be inputting a fucking password like non-stop. Everything asks you for your permission, and like it's constant pop-ups and like which is good to a certain extent.
Apple software kind of patronizing a little bit. It does kind of treat you like you're an idiot.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, the perfect statement, and I stand by the statement with every single fiber of my being, is if you want the adult Fisher Price computer, you go out and you buy yourself a fucking Mac.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It is the adult version of a Fisher Price computer.
Let's be honest. I'll be perfectly honest, man. If you want to make the top tier music and video, like if you're like a director or an animator or something like that, I would use Apple, and I would use those expensive proprietary tools because you can't compete with open source stuff with what they can do on there. You just can't compete, honestly.
Yeah, you really can't.
Maybe if you really like put serious effort into it. Like there's a channel on YouTube. There's a guy named Unfa, UNFA, and he's a sound engineer that strictly uses Linux, and he's really good at it. But he has to put up with a lot of crap. To get to that point.
My best friend, like since I was little, is actually an audio engineer, and the funniest thing that I've ever done is sit him down in front of LMMS. He had so many critiques that like genuinely I couldn't forward them all to the dev. Like within 15 minutes, like there was multiple different things
on the low end of the Linux audio spectrum.
Exactly.
You probably should have put him in front of Ardor, which is much better.
At the time, I didn't even know that Ardor exists.
Yeah.
But like I mean, that's kind of the funny thing is Apple has, especially when it comes to audio, they have some special sauce there. Like it's really optimized for that, which makes it really good. And by the way, I genuinely hate to do this to you, but since I've been drinking, is there any chance that you have like chat loaded up and you can respond to some of the people in chat?
I've been looking at it this whole time. I've just been lazy about it. I just kind of
awesome. Well, I'm going to get up and sprint to the bathroom.
Yeah, no, handle it, buddy.
Awesome.
Yeah,
all right, I'll be back.
I'll start reading some of the chat. Let's see. I'll go up here. Apple's fingerprint security chip was considered industry leading, but I'm too paranoid for Face ID. Yeah, honestly, it's too easy for the Face ID third to be sold, the data to be sold to a third party, and then they got your face. But at the same time, anytime you walk into any major, Western countries, it doesn't even have to be a Western country. Most major cities, they're doing Face ID on you as you walk around the city. So that's just the dystopia we live in. Yeah. Personally, I like Mac OS. uh yeah, I mean, honestly, if Apple was a more open source friendly company and didn't have the values that they do, I would be more open to using Apple stuff. But I do really just love free and open source software, and it's never really done me wrong, other than kind of maybe frustrate me a little bit. That's about it, and then I can take it. That's the price you pay. Let's see here. Assuming the user is confident is always more secure than assuming the user is both willing and able to actually read. Yeah, yeah. I mean, not everybody has the drive and the energy to get really into their computer. Some people just want to turn on their computer and just have things work. And I lean more towards that. I just want to be able to turn on my computer and just have things work, and I don't want to fight the things. And that's sometimes, that's the one thing that kind of turns me off from certain things with Linux, is that I feel like I'm always constantly fighting with things. Um, let's see here. Yeah, I understand. Personally, I'm stressed for time these days. I don't have time much more to read wikis or man pages. Yeah, Ben, I totally understand, man. I totally get it. And a lot of the times the people that don't get it are young people with a lot of free time. Perfectly honest. Like yeah, like there is a serious time investment with using free software. There is,
Hmm.
especially if you want to get down and dirty and try new things and expand, you know. And this is, I've struggled with this myself. I struggled with that. I was a zealot free software Linux kind of BSD nerd for like a solid like 5 years straight, and then all of a sudden I just kind of started feeling like less and less interested. And it happens. You can kind of just burn out on that stuff. You're like, I've installed Arch a million times. I've from the command line. I've done this. I've done that. I've tried this. And once you tried everything, and it's kind of like you kind of got to start either getting into the mindset, okay, I need to actually have a goal or something that I'm trying to accomplish with this software, a reason that I'm using it, not just to just strictly use it just for the sake of using it because it's so novel and so different to me. Because it's not using Linux or BSD is not novel or different to me anymore. It's like routine. It's like
No.
getting up and taking a shower and brushing your teeth anymore. It's like, oh well, we gotta. Oh, I nuked my partition. I got to reinstall today. Oh, God. Like that's how I was feeling the other when I messed up my system. I was just like, oh God, I gotta freaking reinstall, get my dot files, and do this, do that. Oh, I gotta look at ugly white terminals for a while before I can get them set up properly.
Yeah. Well, the
And that's
funny
just how
part
it.
is like just for the even the Windows users when they want to make an argument like, well, if you were using Windows or Mac, you wouldn't have that issue.
This is
Like,
not true. My dad, when I was growing up, I used to just watch my dad. My dad was like a serious Windows 98, Windows XP user,
mhm.
and I cannot tell you how many times I watched that man just do a fresh reinstall of Windows because something just went horribly fucking
Oh
wrong.
yeah,
and
or just a
it,
blue
it was
screen.
like
Just
it was just
hey.
like, oh, we're reinstalling Windows. That was like it was almost like a monthly thing. We're
Hmm.
reinstalling when he would reinstall once a month usually, or every 2 months. Maybe if he got through like 3 months without having to reinstall, that was a good thing. it
Oh yeah.
means
Well,
he did. I wasn't touching
and see
it.
the funny thing about Windows and like a lot of people don't understand just how bad NTFS like as a file system, it's gotten somewhat better, but it used to be so egregiously bad that if you didn't defragment your hard drive, reinstalling was practically necessary. Like you had
Yeah.
to. Like it would get so unbearably slow that if you didn't know about disk, um, good lord, what's it
You would
called?
just go to a shady website and download WinFrag or something.
Yeah, like just some type of defragmentation
That's
hard or
The funny thing
software.
about Windows is that you have to download a third-party program for everything. Oh,
Uh
your
huh.
your drive's fragmented. Get this program. Oh, this is going on. Get this program. Oh,
Yeah.
if you ever want to just get like have a twitch in your eye and just get like just bothered, just read through a forum of Windows users trying to troubleshoot a problem. I'm just like, you guys
dude,
go through with this? It is just ridiculous.
well, and see, the thing about Windows support forums that fucking aggravate me is every single person offering support is just as stupid as everyone else. Like, they're all retarded.
Even Microsoft employees just don't know what the fuck they're
talking about. They're all stupid. They're all just they're all terrible. They're all just like, well, try this shit. It might work. Like,
oh my god, it's so true. We're dropping truth bombs here now, man.
Well, it's terrible because you go in there and it's honestly pitiful because you're like, dog, like, is this just how y'all get through it? Let's be honest. How many times as a Windows user have you tried to get support or try to find people like who have solved your issue, and you went through 24 fucking threads of like people back and forth, and all of them end in just everybody being confused? Like,
yeah, some of it is just almost like some of these people are like, okay, so here's what you do. You rub your magic stones, you light some incense, you turn the lights down low, and you pray to the computer.
The best thing I've ever seen on a Windows support forum, like, and I shit you not, this is a real thing. So somebody was complaining about their video, like their video card not outputting video. Someone suggested that they unplug their USB, like all of their USB devices, and then boot up to see if that would fix the issue. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. Do you know how uneducated you have to be to recommend to unplug all USB drives, and then that might make the video card work? Like,
well, you know what? I don't blame these people. The Windows environment kind of fosters stupidity. It fosters you don't understand how your computer works. You don't know what's going on. You just got the mouse and you're going click, 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 and clicking on icons and downloading your .exe files off of some random shady website, which probably has a virus, and that's just your life. And then you just get used to it.
Well, you know? And see, like, the thing about Windows is just like, to me, like the funny thing is oh, whoops, dropped my vape. The funny thing is when it comes to Windows, you don't have users who are like aware with how Microsoft is just okay with doing certain things that just aren't normal. Like, do you know of another OS other than Windows that's just been like casually like, yeah, we have a feature, it's called a keyboard locker, we added that for y'all? Like, that's just there for y'all. Like, apparently we care.
They don't even have tabs in their file manager yet, which is pretty sad.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Like they're thinking about implementing it, but they're busy working on ads for the file manager first.
Oh, of course.
Then they'll get to the tabs. Then we'll get to the tabs. But first we need ads. We need you to know about Candy Crush and Roblox while you're trying to look up get your Office files loaded up and find your.
I'm not gonna lie. Folder. I've had probably 45 to 2 hour rants about how stupid Microsoft is as a company for making decisions like that. Like, including
honestly, like, who is working over there, because they could be doing some. I mean, even let's just say that they still have to be proprietary software and they still got to make Microsoft the big bucks, right? Still, you guys could be doing a better job, honestly. Like, look at Apple. I mean, Apple, as terrible as a company as that is, and I hate how they use child labor and slave labor in China, and they use prisoners in China to manufacture their stuff. I do literally hate Apple as a company, but they do their software is sad to say is actually their software is better than Windows, and that's saying a lot. You know?
Well, see, they have a self-respect for their company image that Microsoft doesn't understand. Like, and like, look, Apple behind the scenes is 100% okay with doing just fucked up shit, 100%. But Microsoft on the front end, like Apple, while they'll do messed up shit behind the scenes, on the front they're this clean, crisp, like professional company. And then Microsoft is like, we do fucked up shit behind the scenes, and then with you in front, we'll just shove candy like.
I mean, it's no secret. Windows 11 is a failure. I even read a news article about it. Windows 11 is a complete failure, like monetarily, business wise, and
adoption
Microsoft really
wise.
Freaking cares. They don't really care because they're a cloud company now.
See, the thing is they never expected the public to understand what they were doing just as well as they understood what they were doing. Just in case anyone who's watching this stream is unfamiliar with what the strategic idea behind Windows 11 was, Microsoft's executives got together in a boardroom, and these executives understand good and well that they don't make money off of selling end users licenses. Just for an example, can anyone in this live stream name a goddamn soul that in the past 10 years has purchased a Windows premium license, like a pro license, whatever, for full retail price? Exactly. No one. So Microsoft... I will tell you though,
I downloaded a shady Windows XP image off of archive.org to play some video games.
I think we all have. That's totally normal. But paying for it. Okay, Josh, so one person in this live stream, one person.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, Scott, you didn't. So hold on, Scott. Look, I lived with you in Colorado, brother. You didn't pay. You didn't pay for Windows. You didn't. No, you have to buy the license.
You can buy the keys a little cheaper from other sources too.
That's what I'm saying. You buy OEM license. If you bought your Windows license if you have a Windows Pro license and you didn't spend $200, if you don't know this, Microsoft Windows 10, 11 Pro costs $200. If you didn't spend $200 on your Pro license, you didn't pay the retail price. You didn't buy it from Microsoft. You bought it from an OEM, which is a license that should have went with one of their computers that they built, but they ended up not selling enough, so you bought it for like $20 off them. That is not the same as purchasing a license from Windows. You paid $99 for the upgrade from the store. Scott, I'm sorry, but you got ripped off like big time, because you could have bought the license for like 20, like maybe $15 off of a website. If you don't have anything and have to buy the OS outright, it's $200. No, it's not. If you're buying it for $200, you're getting scammed from Microsoft. You can buy it for like $20, the Pro license. That's the same license. It's just, it'll be an OEM license, which genuinely means nothing. The only thing that an OEM license means is that it was originally sold to a manufacturer. Now, Microsoft as a company understands that they don't actually make profit off selling end users licenses, because there's only out of, I don't even know how many people are in this live stream. I'm going to assume, hold on, let me go over. I'm so blind.
Says 19 are watching.
Okay. So out of almost 20 people, we have 1 to 2 people who have actually purchased Microsoft like a license in their entire lifetime for the full retail price. That's a pretty piss poor percentage.
Somebody just hopped in the chat that's a friend of mine. He says he has a Windows 10 keygen. You sly hacker, you.
Oh, that's not hard to make at all, if we're going to be honest. But welcome, everybody. So look, so Microsoft understands that they might make some profit off selling some people licenses, but they understand full well that they don't make the majority of their money off selling end users licenses. So what the plan is in this boardroom of executives, they go, how can we make money off of our actual software, Windows 11 in this case? How can we make money off of the software? The only way is to sell it to hardware manufacturers. How do you sell more copies of a piece of software to hardware manufacturers? The only way is to force the end user into purchasing a new computer. How do you force the end user into using a new computer? Well, you come up with some arbitrary bullshit that says, like, if they don't use TPM in a certain latest version of TPM, then they can't. Your computer don't work. Like that's how you do it, and it's the most scummiest. It's the most despicable. It's the most like genuinely as a just a decent human being. Yeah, I would beat the shit out of a Microsoft exec, leave them in a ditch, and leave them to die 100%. Like they're 100%. Terrible people. Like, do you understand how bad of a person you have to be like, I'm okay with ruining like millions of computers, millions of perfectly fine computers, just so I can make an extra buck this year, so I can get a bigger raise. Do you know how much of a piece of shit you have to be? It's a really big piece of shit. And so when it comes to Microsoft, like, you have to understand, like, this is a company that is not just on the back end, but also on the front end, a company that is, they just fully display how much of a terrible company they are. And they're 100% fine with the end users knowing that they're a scummy piece of crap, which is hilarious from a PR standpoint. Like, they pay people. Like, they have a PR department. That's mind-blowing to me. The fact that Microsoft has a PR department, if there's not anything more altruistic than Microsoft's PR department.
You know, that kind of sounds like most American corporations in a nutshell, to be perfectly honest. They all pretty much operate on scummy levels, one way or another. I mean, that's just kind of... I don't mean to deviate this conversation from tech too much, but that's just kind of the state of reality, the state of things these days. It's just, it sucks. That's why we use free and open source software. And also, anybody that's new to the chat, or just tuning in, or maybe doesn't know who we are, maybe you just maybe you got a YouTube recommend and you clicked on it. Mm-hmm. We are both diehard OpenBSD users, and this stream and my audio, because I don't actually technically own a webcam, I don't really care. I mean, don't worry, you're not missing anything. I'm not. Yeah, I'm just a dude. I'm not like that good looking or anything, so don't worry.
Well, but I don't think I'm that good looking either. I just need to go ahead and specify that.
You just happen to have a webcam. Maybe I'll get one someday. You know, whenever I'm got some extra money.
Yeah, but, when you roll into that dough.
We are running this whole thing from OpenBSD. You are hearing me from an OpenBSD system that's not in a VM. It's running on bare metal, and Zaney is using OpenBSD on bare metal, and we're making it work. This guy has been live streaming every day for what, like 2 weeks now? I think you've had a live stream a day for 2 weeks.
Probably close to it. I think I missed a couple days, maybe a couple.
Yeah, but for the most part, and it's from OpenBSD. And me personally, I honestly don't even know how to live stream from OpenBSD. I'm just not there yet.
Look, bro, just use my script. Just use my script, man.
Yeah, it's on the to-do list, man. Trust me. My to-do list is a mile long. It also includes like cleaning my apartment and shit and my van. I mean, I'm just so backed up.
Trust me, I'm telling you, man, we are good friends, because I've had the like task of cleaning my room for a while. Like, just look, my bed, I'm gonna have to clean it off before I go to sleep, because there's a computer case, a motherboard, all that stuff there. I have to get it all put together and stuff. Oh, I don't know. My list of stuff is just.
I mean, I got so much stuff to do. I actually have an actual server running OpenBSD, and I feel so bad because I've been neglecting that thing. It does nothing. It just sits there and it's just waiting. You know, RootBSD, are you ever going to log into me and do something? I'm just running. And I'm just like, I will eventually. I just kind of have you on the back burner for when I need you, because I'm going to use you for something. And I own this server. It's at a friend's house. I don't actually have it in my apartment because it's too damn loud. But my friend has a server rack in his garage, and he just keeps it there for me. And I just give him a little bit of money for the electricity, but and the network, because he has like some crazy internet, like a gigabit internet. I don't know. He's good with that stuff.
He's that lucky guy.
Yeah, which is funny because he runs Windows on the server. He's a Windows server guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just what he does. It's his thing. I know.
No, well, I mean, like that's the thing that a lot of people don't like to hear. Is like there's something to be said for what you started on. Like, if you started on Windows and like that's what you're familiar with, like, there's something to be said for sticking with it. Like,
he's a big pfSense guy though. He has a pfSense server, and I like pfSense. Personally, I don't understand, why is there not an OpenBSD version of pfSense? That's what I'm wondering.
That is a good question.
Why is FreeBSD? Oh, and somebody also in the chat was asking me how I feel about FreeBSD. Okay, so here's how I feel about FreeBSD.
Let's get into
I
it.
like FreeBSD. I do. I like it. It runs. It works. The problem with FreeBSD is that it seems like they are trying too hard to be like Linux in a lot of ways,
Thank
and
God. All
and
right, we agree.
um and it causes problems sometimes. Now, for whatever reason, every time I ever try to use FreeBSD, something is just not working right. Something goes wrong. Something is unstable. I just don't know what it is. I like, it's like I want to love and like FreeBSD. I want to use it in some capacity, but I end up going back to OpenBSD because everything just works much better. It's like OpenBSD has just kind of got their shit together, where FreeBSD is just kind of bumbling around a little bit. I don't
Yep.
know what. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Maybe some people have better experiences than me. I don't know. I know that FreeBSD has all the cool features. I know it has the jails and
Yep.
the ZFS, and those things are cool, man. And if you know what, if that's what works, see, this is what I always talk about, the toolbox. I have something called the toolbox philosophy. It's like free and open source software. The software ecosystem is like this giant toolbox. It's just go in the toolbox, grab the wrench, grab the hammer, grab the saw, grab whatever you need, and use it for your needs.
Yeah.
Okay, if this tool isn't suiting you, then just put it back in the toolbox and grab the tool that you need for the job. So,
Yeah.
but
Actually, to elaborate on that, I think anyone who's watching this live stream or watching this afterwards on YouTube, just in general, something to remember that's pretty important is do not treat your OS like it's your fucking wife. Okay?
yeah,
Like
exactly.
you're not cheating on an OS because you use it like something
It's not a
else
football
for
team.
exactly. Yeah, just use what works in your specific task. Like
Yeah, or
if
with
you
your specific hardware, because
yeah,
let's be honest. Just some things work better on certain hardware, and some hardware just doesn't like certain things. Like my hardware just does not like FreeBSD for some reason. I
yep.
don't know why, but it loves OpenBSD. You know,
Hmm.
and then there are certain people that have like Ben Fitzpatrick in the chat. He has the opposite problem. His hardware just does not like open, and I think Josh has the same problem. His hardware just does not like OpenBSD. Mainly because Josh, you're using Coreboot, and OpenBSD and Coreboot just do not get
Yeah.
along because the OpenBSD
We found
developers
that
do
out.
not like Coreboot.
Yeah.
And we can go down that rabbit trail too. And I mean, you know, it
Which
might be
actually
shocking to some people.
I actually might like I think I would find that very interesting. Do you know why they're not big on core boot?
Okay, so the main reason why they're not big on Coreboot, and this is actually just one developer who is a very prominent developer. I forget his name. He runs the OpenBSD subreddit, and he's the guy that I've talked to mostly about this. The main reason he hates Coreboot is because he feels like that Coreboot will rely heavily on the Linux kernel to do most of the heavy lifting with hardware initialization. So Coreboot assumes that you're going to use Linux. See,
Uh,
Coreboot does not have BSD in mind. So so um, Linux Linux will do a lot of the heavy lifting with the hardware initialization. That's why people that use FreeBSD, I'm sorry, or OpenBSD with Coreboot, well, FreeBSD with Coreboot is even more challenging. But OpenBSD with Coreboot, they're going to run into some issues if they don't use like a proper payload, like CBIOS. I recommend if you really like Coreboot or you really like LibreBoot, use CBIOS as your payload, or chain load and use UEFI. You know, chain load from Grub, because LibreBoot. If I don't know, have you ever used a LibreBoot computer before? LibreBoot is a
no.
fork of Core. Okay, so LibreBoot is a fork of Coreboot started by Leah Rowe that removes a lot of the proprietary blobs from Coreboot to make it a more FFS FS. I'm getting tongue tied. FSF friendly kind of setup situation. So it comes. So when you first, because I used to own a LibreBoot machine, when you first boot up LibreBoot, you get a grub screen which has Tux kind of riding on the back of the GNU Yak. You know, they're like friends. I think he's hugging him or something. It's pretty cute. It's cool. I like it. And but the thing is that I ran OpenBSD for my LibreBoot machine, and it worked fine for a while. But I was using something called KOpenBSD, which is Grub's OpenBSD module for loading OpenBSD. Well, eventually OpenBSD, you know, they have rapid development cycle. They're moving. It's a moving target. OpenBSD is a moving target, big time.
Yep.
They're constant. That's why anybody that tries to create a hard fork of OpenBSD, God bless you, but you're gonna fail, 100%.
No.
You're not. There has never been. I maintain this 100%. There has never been a successful hard fork of OpenBSD, just
Mm.
because of just how hardcore those guys are and how much the code is moving.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So eventually it became incompatible with Grub for the most part. OpenBSD. So what you got to do is you got to chain load UEFI. And chain loading it works. It's great. It's functional. But that's just something you have to do. So that was the main gripe, is that the OpenBSD dev, that's one dev. His name is Kmos Ports. He believes that Coreboot kind of nerfs perfectly usable machines, and that it's in a way you're kind of subtly breaking your computer by using Coreboot, because it's not because it's not 100% effectively initializing the hardware, and it's relying a lot on the Linux kernel to do the heavy lifting in the hard work. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, so Scott's been saying he's been trying to get OpenBSD on his Pi 4 server, and it's been tough. As far as I know, OpenBSD
It
has
works.
image. Yeah, like they have images for that, so it shouldn't be
Last time I
too
checked,
difficult.
it's been a while, because I'm kind of behind in how ARM is going with OpenBSD.
Mm-hmm.
But the last time I checked, you have to use a you have to use the serial terminal to install it. So you got to use the pins and the little UART,
Oh,
the UART to TTL kind of thing.
yeah.
That's system on chip board is a whole nother Marvel universe of
Yep.
Unix
Yep.
Linux usage.
Well,
It really
and
is.
you also have to think like so when you join really big Linux IRCs, like there's typically over 1,000 people in there, like easily, like over 1,000 people. When you join the OpenBSD IRC, you're dealing with about 600 people, maybe 700 people. Like the size difference in development is not massive, but also at the same time, it's not as widespread. So you can't expect like because Manjaro was a good example of this. Manjaro is not the most popular Linux distro by any stretch of the imagination, but it's definitely a popular one, and so
Yes, sir.
they definitely have the capabilities to do they've got their phone OS, they're doing their shit on the just the regular ARM chips. Now to do that, obviously one project compared to the other, the one with the most people is probably going to do the best, just by nature, because if you have more people, the availability of people who will work on the ARM versions, or at least let you know that there are errors and stuff, like that's one of the things that like a lot of people don't understand with OpenBSD. Like I've had very valid complaints thrown my way when I'm having issues with OpenBSD, because I don't explicitly state that I've talked with an OpenBSD developer, or that I've sent off my stuff to like in my D message and stuff like that. I don't explicitly state that, and people will come out and be like, if you're going to complain about it, did you not send in your info? Like that makes sense more with OpenBSD, because you have a tight knit community and every single person matters.
Most of those developers are nice people. You can reach out to them. They will actually answer your
yeah.
questions if they're valid questions. And if you don't want to go on the mailing list, you can go on Reddit. You can go on Daemon forums.
Now, one thing I will say about the Reddit, because Scott can attest to this, because he had I had to like chill him down from the OpenBSD Reddit, because he was pretty much like just like he had a very bad experience with the OpenBSD.
Oh yeah,
Reddit.
they're dicks. They're 100%. They're dicks. They're
the
dicks.
what I will say about the Reddit,
that's not the devs necessarily.
Exactly. That's what I tell people a lot of the times. Like on the OpenBSD Reddit, as far as I know, you don't necessarily have to be an actual OpenBSD developer, like part of the core team, to be considered an OpenBSD developer on their website, on the Reddit, which can be really confusing, and also at the same time can cause some people to think that the actual people behind OpenBSD are dicks. Look, it's Reddit.
It's Reddit.
You're like the more dickish people you're gonna find on Reddit.
So I actually got my start on OpenBSD Reddit, and I've had my run-ins, and I've had my ass chewed out, and I've had myself like kind of I don't know how you what do you call shaming, like a dumb person, like dumb shamed. Okay,
Yeah, I
like
guess.
I've gotten it before on, and I learned, but I've had really positive experiences and learning experiences from the OpenBSD subreddits and the OpenBSD gaming subreddit, which another gentleman that he's a viewer of yours and viewer of mine, his name is Thomas for a while, and he goes by THFR. He's a developer of FNAFI, really smart guy. Oh, sorry. Hey, actually, it's called FNAFI. Remember we were talking about the how do you pronounce it? You were calling it FNAFI.
Oh yeah, FNAFy. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's FNAFI.
I was FNAFI.
FNAFI.
I
Yeah.
I still want to call it FNAFy. Like even hearing that, I'm
You
like,
can call it
you
FNAFI.
sure?
I feel like I keep thinking of McAfee when you say that, but it's okay. If you want to call it FNAFI. But anyways, so that guy is one of the nicest guys in the world. And he's not technically like he's a port maintainer for OpenBSD and he developed FNAFI, but he's not technically an OpenBSD core dev, but they consider him a dev. Like they included him in their group because the guy actually is a doctor. You know, he's a
Holy
doctor.
crap! I did not know
Yeah,
that.
he's a doctor who's just his hobby, his thing. The thing he just likes to port games. So he likes to get games working on OpenBSD that nobody could ever think could ever work. That's just his thing.
That's
Like
insane to me. Like
that's just
being a
his
doctor and
that's
then
his
just being
hobby.
like after work being like, you know what? I want
No,
to take Steam games and make them work on
no,
OpenBSD.
he literally from his hospital, because you know how doctors have that, like they have the downtime in their office or whatever.
Yeah,
He's done live streams from his office where he's like playing OpenBSD games and just talking about
I want
OpenBSD.
this man to be my doctor now.
he's really cool. That's the funny OpenBSD projects that just attracts these like ultra brains. I don't know what it is, but they do, and they are really smart people, and that maybe that's why they sometimes have not as much patience for dumb questions or entitled questions. So
Well, that's the thing that I really find funny about the Reddit community is they don't have the patience for the Linux mindset of like, why don't you kowtow to the community? Like,
yeah,
what the hell? Like,
and like they're like, have you read the man page? You know, are you is this?
well, I mean,
You
have you
know,
even been to the literal OpenBSD main website? Like, it's kind of stated there front and center. Nowhere on that website is like, we make this for you. Like that is
no,
nowhere
no, they do
on their
not.
main website.
And that, I guess it is a bit of a culture shock to a Linux user. I can totally I get it. I understand it. It's a culture
Yeah.
shock. It's different. Some people are just like, what the hell? That's fine. Just use Linux. There's nothing wrong with Linux. I'd rather use Linux than Windows, to be perfectly honest.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
I don't like. A lot of people think that BSD users hate, and some BSD users actually do hate Linux. They do. That is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Linux users hate BSD. Personally, I don't hate anything when it comes to software, because at the end of the day, this is just source code. It's zeros and ones. People spend a lot of time and energy into making it, and it's free and it's available for us to use, and we can fork it and play with it and do what we want with it. And we're in a good position. Like
Yeah.
2022, Linux BSD users are in a better position than they were like
Oh yeah.
1995 Linux BSD users.
Way better.
Yeah,
Like
way
I mean,
better.
I mean, there has been not just a few
Good night,
people.
Block IV.
Oh yes, yeah. Take care. I also just now noticed Josh said he's going to bed. Have a good one,
Oh,
man.
good night, Josh. Good night, Josh. Stay up,
Um,
brother. Good night, Arch Center.
yes. If you're going to bed, Scott, have a good one. Anybody who's possibly going to bed, have a good one. I will say that to me, the funny thing between the BSD and like Linux communities is the people who like really hate the other. It's like, are you what are you doing? Because it doesn't
You know where I
matter.
see the biggest vitriol?
Mhm.
Well, other than Reddit, is
Go. Yeah.
have you ever heard of a website that does there's a website that specializes in doing what's it called when you measure a system's performance? You use these programs to measure
Oh,
performance
the benchmarking
benchmarks.
website.
There's
Yeah.
a Phoronix. There's a website called Phoronix. Now, if you ever go on Phoronix has great information on benchmarking between BSD and Linux things. Like seriously good information. And the Phoronix guy will he'll test NetBSD and Dragonfly BSD against OpenBSD and FreeBSD against Clear Linux against Ubuntu. Like it's nuts. But when you go in the comments section, I've never seen just the most blatant BSD hatred. Like when it finally came out that FreeBSD and Linux were basically like hand in hand, like FreeBSD and Linux were hand in hand in network performance and CPU load performance. There are people in the comment section, I don't understand why FreeBSD even needs to exist. We have Linux, why even have FreeBSD? And it's just like, goddamn, can't people just have their little project that they do? FreeBSD has been around longer than Linux, and there's a history behind it. I understand why some people they say, well, some people say, why does FreeBSD even exist when we have Linux?
I'm someone who I don't recommend FreeBSD only because Linux does exist, but I don't advocate for why does it exist. Like my only argument is like, look, if you're looking to use BSD, then FreeBSD is probably up your alley if support is your main focus. Like that's the main thing. But
which is funny because my hardware always has issues with it. I don't
exactly know. Well, and that's my main point when I tell people like, and look, if support is your main focus, then I don't really understand going with FreeBSD when Linux is an option, because it's going to support your hardware, like just not necessarily guaranteed, but by nature it's more likely to support your hardware better. So you might as well use that. Now, I wouldn't ever say that FreeBSD has no right to exist, or that like I can't understand why anyone would use it. Like, no, I don't understand why people use it as much as they do. But that being said, I understand why some people use it. Like,
there's a hit. So I'll get in FreeBSD's corner for a bit. FreeBSD has a serious history behind it, like a rich history. You know, it is one of the first mainstream BSD, distributions using the BSD kernel, and it is a system that is very, very, very customizable. It is kind of like the Gen 2 of the BSDs. You can customize FreeBSD 6 ways to Sundays. You can flip all sorts of switches and knobs and break it and compile it, custom kernels, and manually install it with commands. You can go to town and just go down the rabbit hole of hardcore FreeBSD. Where with OpenBSD, the developer is trying to kind of steer you away from. They don't want you messing with that too much. Like if you are compiling custom OpenBSD kernels and you run into an issue and you report it upstream, they will tell you to reproduce the issue with a generic kernel, 100%.
Yep. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like with OpenBSD, again, like they have a focus on their own goals, and they're not going to stray from that. Which is kind of like your point gives kind of credence to what I'm saying, because with FreeBSD, yeah, you can tinker around with it. It's got a rich history, but at the end of the day, if support is your main focus, then you're most likely going to go with Linux. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go with FreeBSD. Like there's a lot of if we're going to be honest, FreeBSD does I wouldn't say much more than Linux, but there's definitely some things that FreeBSD does that makes more sense for enterprise use. Like if you're not necessarily a big massive corporation, but you're a bigger company and you're looking for the OS to run on your servers and stuff, and you're going to dive deep and you're doing something custom, then FreeBSD most likely could fill what Linux is going to do for you, and it might even do it better. Like that's what I imagine FreeBSD is more made for. It's like more for that enterprise, medium to high level use.
If I was going to create an appliance that needed an operating system, I would probably use something like FreeBSD or OpenBSD on my appliance.
Well, I mean, if we're being honest, game consoles have done it. So
yeah, I mean, Sony PlayStation is running their own custom fork. It's a soft fork, but it's a custom fork of FreeBSD, which has their whole Sony PlayStation SDK framework on top of it, so that all the games can run. And they probably develop.
I love it when people find it out. Like I don't know if you've ever seen someone on the internet find that out, but like the way they react to it is always the best. It's just the best.
Oh, and they're using LibreSSL too.
Yeah.
Yep, they're using LibreSSL, and they do work with FreeBSD upstream. They do contribute code back, and they do work with the FreeBSD core team. The core, they have their own terms for it. They're the FreeBSD community, that they're their own kind of little microcosm. I think it's, we need variety in open source. We need variety. We need all these microcosms. And I'm looking forward to the day when Haiku kind of takes gets on its, because Haiku is starting to get on its feet a little bit too. Did you know Haiku now has OpenGL and 3D acceleration now?
Yep. It's that was some big news too.
Yeah. So, and maybe I mean Plan 9 will never get there.
No. Absolutely. The people who tell me to like use 9 front nowadays, by the way, for anybody who's on this channel who's like, I want you to run Plan 9 for a week, piss off. I already did that.
Like Society.
Josh,
he's a really nice guy, but he loves Plan 9.
Oh yes. I know exactly who you're talking about.
And I said that I was going to play around with some Plan 9, and I haven't gotten around to it yet. I still plan on it. You know what? The main thing that's keeping me, this may sound really silly, but the main thing that's not keeping me like I have free time to do it, but that's making it less motivating to me to use Plan 9 is the fact that it requires you to use the mouse in their window manager.
Well, here's the thing. Plan 9, I will give them credence for this. I will jump on their bandwagon and say Plan 9 has made having to use the mouse a joy. It actually makes combining keyboard and mouse usage really, really, really good. The problem is genuine. You're someone like me. You like to make content for the internet. You can't, under any circumstance, do that under Plan 9.
Only in a VM.
Well, you can't do that inside of Plan 9. You're not going to install a VM inside of Plan 9 and record a video in it and edit the video and then upload it through.
No, I meant install Plan 9 on a VM.
Oh yeah,
system, like Linux or something.
You could do that, obviously, but at the same time, like this is what a lot of people get on to me for about my channel. I do not do the like distro review shit where like I install something in a VM and check it out, because in my personal opinion, that's complete bullshit. That does not portray the system at all in a real world scenario.
100%. Anyway. I have never used a VM on my channel. Anytime you've ever seen me recording OpenBSD, it was legit OpenBSD on bare metal. That's why I always run NeoFetch, just to show you that I'm running bare metal.
I do not use I won't do that.
I've only ever had one person complain about it, which was a guy that he works with hypervisors as a job. So
I've had plenty of people tell me like, you should start doing distro reviews. I want you to check out this X and Y like distro, and I'm like, I just won't do it because I'm not interested.
Let's address that. Sometimes people treat content creators like we're dancing monkeys. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Not everybody does, but there are those type of people.
Oh, like I've had people threaten their like, I subscribe to you so that you will do X and Y, and I'm like,
no,
what? Man.
This isn't my job. I don't work. I'm not getting paid to. Maybe I might get a little bit of Patreon money. And hey, by the way, I'm super grateful for my patrons. I have really good patrons. Now
that you're saying that, thank you. You support me on Patreon, and it does.
Oh yeah, I just supported you on Patreon. I'm sorry I couldn't get more, but I'm a single dad.
I'm surprised anyone gives me money. I'm more than grateful.
But
thank you.
All my patrons, I just want to let you know, I literally use the $35 a month I get. I literally use it for gas money, and you helped to put gas in my van, and I'm so grateful. Honest to God, like. I mean, it's those little things like people take gas for granted. Gas is expensive.
It's really expensive nowadays, man.
So I'm happy and I'm grateful, because at the end of the day, like, it's just kind of like giving somebody a tip, like, hey, you do, because they know that YouTube ain't giving me anything. And if anything, I pay YouTube. My pea brain, I'm thinking, well, if I have premium, maybe the algorithm will treat me a little bit better because I give them a little bit of money. They probably don't. Who knows?
No, that YouTube algorithm don't care.
They don't care, which is lame, man. Like, come on, give me some perks. I mean, yeah, ooh, you don't have to see ads anymore. Okay, well, I could have just done that with freaking uBlock.
Yeah, thank you.
So come on, guys, I'm trying to give you some good faith here. But we could go down a rabbit trail about the YouTube as a company, and I don't want to go there. I don't want to make. I don't want to make. Sorry, Susan. I don't want to make you mad, Susan. We love you, Susan.
We won't try and get canceled yet. We'll save that for
it doesn't take much anymore these days, man. I just
Hell
I
no.
hear horror stories. I hear horror stories.
Well, I mean, it's not even horror stories.
Even political.
Did you hear about Mental Outlaw getting put in timeout? Like, I mean, the reason
his thing I kind of understand.
How so?
His thing was all wrapped around. They were getting him on videos about torrenting. That makes sense because the music industry.
Hold on.
No, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I understand why a corporation would have an issue with that because they make most of their money on YouTube. Makes most of its money from the music and movie industry, from Hollywood. Hollywood is a big money pit for money pig, or I can't even talk right anymore. But they get a big bulk of their profit from that industry.
Yep.
So that industry. So sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I'm drinking, so like I mean, we're clearly just having fun talking.
No, I have because we have some really weird, freaky weather where I'm living. We just literally had 20 inches of snow in the past 24 hours. It's really weird.
I want you to know I've been impressed that my computer hasn't died because before we started the stream, 2 separate times I had, like, if anyone is on the WeChat, or excuse me, not WeChat, but the IRC channel for Unix Tube that I created, I'm not on there right now. And that's because I've had 2 separate power outages that have ended up with my computer just dying and everything in this room just crashing and then coming back on instantly. And so I've been at this point expecting at any moment for it to happen, and it still hasn't. And so
I was just saying that I only have space heaters in my house, so it's because it's mid-April, but it's still cold outside for some dumb reason. So I have space heaters.
Welcome to global warming.
They make my throat really dry, so I was just like, I had a dry throat moment. I'm not smoking weed. I haven't done that in at least like 2 weeks. So
it's all right. I'll do it
too
for
expensive. You. I gotta drive across state lines to go get it. It's a pain in the ass.
I know, man. It's it's terrible.
It's not worth it.
Well, the thing. Wait, hold on. Where you live, do they not sell Delta 8 products?
Where I live, marijuana is illegal.
Well, yeah, but Delta 8 products.
What's Delta 8? Okay.
So I'm about to blow your mind right now. So if you live in the U.S., according to the 2016 or 2018 Farm Bill, I can't remember which year it is, but any THC products that are derived from hemp that are not Delta 9, because the law specifically states that Delta 9 THC is illegal. So any THC products that are derived from hemp are legal according to that bill. So federally, these products are illegal. Again, your state might have made them illegal, but
yeah, they probably did.
Exactly. It depends on your state. I live in Tennessee and they haven't made these illegal. And most of the shops around me, like I've literally had like multiple of the people like that sell these things be like, if we stop, like, or like if the state declares that it's no longer illegal, we don't give 2 shits. We'll keep buying them and selling them. But what they are is like, essentially you take, if you don't know anything about marijuana, there's the female and male plant, and the male plant is called hemp, and the female plant is called marijuana for arbitrary reasons. So essentially you can take and genetically modify hemp to produce THC Delta 8, Delta 10 and stuff. And the way we organize THCs, deltas on their effects. Like when you take a weed edible and you make it, that's Delta 9 THC. When you eat it, your body metabolizes it into a Delta 11, which is much obviously more psychoactive and stronger, because that's how we name them, is by potency. So if you eat Delta 9, it metabolizes into Delta 11. That's why when people eat edibles, they get more, messed up. It lasts longer. All that stuff. Except for me,
the complete opposite happens to me with edibles.
Really?
Yeah, edibles don't hit me as hard as smoking.
Interesting.
My body's just messed up. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I have
probably no, go ahead.
I have a very, because I am somewhat of a alcoholic. Like I'm working on it. Okay, anybody that knows me knows that I kind of am a little bit, but
No,
uh,
no.
I have a very fast metabolism, so I
Mm-hmm.
metabolize things very quickly. But I have very sensitive lungs, like very sensitive lungs.
Mm-hmm.
So when I smoke, it does hit me harder.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I I really would just like to be completely like 100% like not do anything, just be sober. The only reason I mess with this stuff is because, like I said, I have a custody situation. I'm about to be. We're gonna get real here for a second, guys. Sorry,
Let's do it.
but I have a custody situation with the mother of my children, and that whole situation was very traumatic to me, and I did kind of jump off the wagon and get back into like heavy drinking and smoking
Mm-hmm.
like weed a lot, like really bad. And when I first started my channel, I was kind of coming out of that and trying to kind of clean up and do that less and focus more on my channel. So you'll see like in my original videos, a lot of times you know, I drink or kind of get buzzed to I did it to alleviate the awkwardness and the stress of recording myself and to kind of
Mm-hmm.
get me more comfortable in my own skin. So, that's that thing. But
Hmm. Well, I mean, that's.
where I live in the state of Idaho,
Mm-hmm.
so we have to drive over to Oregon, to the Oregon border to get our stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And even the drive there, the last time I did it, it's expensive. It takes time,
Yep.
especially with the cost of gas right now. And even when I went and did it, the freaking Idaho State Patrol was right there on the border, like 10 cop cars deep, just pulling people over left and right. And it was the most stressful thing. I'm
Yep.
just like, I don't want to deal with it's just not worth it to me. I don't want
Yeah.
to deal with this. Like,
Well, I
it's
mean,
just too
we
much.
we all have like we all have things that we do for fun, and then we all have things that we do to deal with stress. And
Yeah.
like, I mean, the thing to me is like the thing with anything that you're doing is once you, if it's a problem for the people that you care about around you or for you for whatever reason, that's when you deal with it. Like somebody who
Yeah.
drinks a lot, like, but they're in college, they're partying, like, they're in that phase. Like a college kid who's for the first time getting out of their house, they have freedom for the first time. Like the fact that they get drunk 5 times a week with all of their friends and have like massive parties at their like, um, whatever that frat house or whatever it's called, like that's not surprising. Like that's
Yeah.
normal. Like that's
Well,
normal behavior.
in the state of Idaho, the state of Idaho is a very alcoholic state. Like everyone here is a drunk. Like everyone drinks here. Drinking is very socially acceptable here. It's kind of weird. Like everyone, like the cops and the government hates on weed, but everyone just drinks like in the daytime all the time. I work at a pub, so you
Mm-hmm.
know how that is.
Oh
Like
yeah.
literally, the owner of the restaurant, my boss, was like, "Oh, you guys had a hard night. You guys can have a free drink tonight." And I'm like, I gotta go drive to the other end of town and pick up my kids tonight. I can't drink.
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah.
I'd rather, why don't you just give me a raise for, instead of just offering me a freaking free drink at the bar?
It,
Not.
anyone who's ever worked at a bar and who's ever had to do like day shift and night shift at a bar will understand just how like uh, a bar cannot a bar is not necessarily the environment, especially like during the day. It's not one of those environments where you're like, oh, this is a bustling environment, this is
Yeah.
something like
Well,
you're.
mine's weird because my place is a hybrid restaurant bar. So
Oh
we are a
really?
serious restaurant. Yeah, well, that's what a pub is. A pub is a hybrid restaurant bar. So we're a bar where you can
Oh.
order tons of food. You can get burgers, pasta, a lot of fried, all the different, like the palette of American food.
Oh
You
wait,
know,
wait, 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 wait. Hold on. When you say pub, you mean bar that, like you're not talking about restaurant. Like,
it's a hybrid restaurant bar.
well, I
So
mean
people are getting
that's
people are
most.
getting wasted and they're ordering tons of food.
Yeah, that's most bar. Like bars will have some of the best food in the world,
Yeah,
but like the confusing part is like some like when you talk about restaurant, like
well, we're not
bar.
fancy,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
we
Like that's
but
typically
we do
what
make a
people
lot of
talk
our
about.
stuff from scratch. Like we make our sauces and stuff from scratch. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Well, I mean, the thing is like it's really hard to distinguish because I've been to some bars that put like big restaurant chains to shame. Like, nice restaurant chains, like they put them to
Yeah.
shame, man. Like
Oh
they're
yeah.
so good.
Oh, you have a kitchen in the back, and if they hire some people that know what they're doing, they can make some good food. If they want to make stuff, they're making their stuff from scratch. A lot of the chain restaurants will just order stuff pre-made. They cut corners with the cooking, like 6 ways. Because I know I've worked for chain. I worked for. Have you ever been to a restaurant called Sherry's?
I feel like I have. Wait, hold on.
I worked for
Sherry's.
Sherry's. Sherry's is like a competitor to Denny's or IHOP.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I worked at. They have the pies. Sherry's is famous for their
Oh,
pies.
yes. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I
Yep.
worked at Sherry's for over a year. I worked there during the pandemic in 2020, and that place, they cut corners like crazy. They just ship everything in. The soups are already pre-made in a bag, and they literally put the bag in boiling water and heat up the
Oh.
soup. Yeah,
Oh.
whenever you guys go to those chain restaurants, just don't be thinking that people in the back are making your stuff from scratch. They're
Oh,
not.
no. No.
You go to mom and pop if you want from scratch.
The only chain restaurant that I've ever worked at where I was astounded by the level of like quality of food was Five Guys. And
Yeah.
as far as I know, like most people across the country won't even know about Five Guys. Like it's not
We have Five Guys
everywhere.
here, even though they're going out of business in my state
Really?
because they were very poorly managed.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
and there's a lot of competition.
Well, and
I mean,
yeah.
burgers is like that's a hard market to make money in because
Yep.
everybody's making burgers.
Well, I mean, restaurants in general, your margins are thin as shit. So,
Yeah,
especially when you're shipping in, like when your competitors ship in once a week, but you have to ship in literally every single day, sometimes twice a day.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
We have
really
totally
hard to
gotten off the
compete.
topic of tech, by the way.
We
Sorry,
totally
guys.
have.
I'm so sorry. I'm
Well,
so sorry because you know what? Like, okay, for me, like this is what I do. Like I have these computers. I carry around a Linux phone. This is part of my life. But also, my life is my life. I have other things going on. So
exactly.
I can't 24/7 obsess about technology because we've
Well,
kind of done it
same.
all. We've been
Yeah.
there, done that. We've
I
done it
think
all.
it's unnatural for us to have like that's kind of what I like about this kind of form of talking, like in a public space, like podcasting. You end up talking with someone in a real way, a real conversation. You don't stay on key points throughout the entire conversation. Like, mind you, TFL came in, like we recorded, this will be going up next Monday on the channel, but we recorded a Unix Crew episode together, and that one he came with notes, like, and even us, like we strayed away from the topic. Like a natural conversation
Yeah.
flows.
Notes. It's all up
Exactly.
in the brain, brother. A coworker of mine,
Mhm.
I actually converted a coworker of mine into using Linux and free software, and he loves it. He dropped in the chat. He's a coworker of mine, and I was telling him tonight, I'm like, because I was kind of tired. We had a rough night at the restaurant at the pub, and I was telling him like, man, I gotta get on the podcast. I'm looking forward to getting on the podcast with Zaney tonight, but man, I gotta get all excited about OpenBSD, and I don't know if I'm like excited about it right now. He's like, he just looks at me, he's like, dude, you you always get excited about OpenBSD no matter what. You could be on like 3 hours of sleep, hungover, and you'll talk somebody's ear off about OpenBSD, and I'm like, yeah, you're right, you're
Yeah.
right,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You're
like,
right.
also the thing is too, like, it's so easy to like gush about OpenBSD because, look, from the outside perspective, I understand someone like watching me and being like, I see you having issues. So like, why haven't you just quit using it? And it's like, I don't think you'll understand until you have hardware that support, or at least semi support. Like, I mean, I have hardware that has issues with OpenBSD, and it's definitely not for everybody, but I genuinely love the OS to a point where I'm willing to
You
put
know
up
who
with
actually
issues.
sold me? You know who 100% sold me on OpenBSD? Like 100%, like just got me, just like, you know what? This is where it's at. I get it now.
Who was
Theo.
it? Oh,
Theo
really?
Durat. Yes, because okay, he did an interview with this like Scottish or Irish guy. It was like the last serious like sit down interview he's done because he doesn't do those very often. And
Yeah.
I watched that interview a solid like 12 times in a row. I used to just kind of like have it on while I was at work doing prep and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just like a turning point where, because I wanted to bring this up, I'm like, I recommend anybody that's interested in OpenBSD watch that interview because it will change your life. I'm not kidding. Like it will, or at least it will make OpenBSD make so much more sense as to the philosophy behind that whole development team and that whole project and what they're all about and what their goals are. Is because Theo is kind of like he's I take him more seriously than I even do Linus Torvalds. Like he's important to me because I feel like that man is, and I'm not the kind of person that puts men on pedestals or anything, but that man has done something very special and done something very important to the free and open source software community that often gets overlooked. And when you hear him talk about what he's doing with the code, why he's doing it, his devotion to quality, his philosophy about coding and software, and it's just like it's a breath of fresh air, and it's just like, man, he is on some other level with like this is how an operating system should be made.
Mm-hmm.
This is how an operating system should. This is like the ideal operating system. This is like I think this is what these developers of these frameworks, like the Unix developers, like whether Dennis Ritchie and these original pioneers, this is what they were going for, you know, with Bell Labs and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
and he's bringing in the whole security aspect of it because yeah, security wasn't really an issue in the 70s. Security was kind of an afterthought when they were developing these because you know Unix started out as on timeshare computers. It started out on those computers that had the little spinny wheels with tape and stuff, you know. And then you have the terminal wasn't something that you know you put your neofetch on. It was literally a monitor that had a keyboard. Sometimes even the keyboard was a part of the monitor,
Yep.
and you plugged into a mainframe. And that's like you can see, like if you look at a Unix system, you can see like the vestiges of this time sharing system in there with users and groups and permissions, because the whole concept was that you had this main central computer, this like mainframe, and then all these people like hooking into it from these external terminals that were like you know in a college or in a business or something like that. And
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I highly recommend just to watch that interview with Theo. And Theo really sold me on what he's doing. And when I watched his stuff about Pledge and Unveil and how he was talking about how just how it worked, and I want to do a video about how Pledge works because Pledge is a game changer. Pledge is
Oh
what
yeah.
SecComp should have been. Pledge is beautiful, and I hope that you know
Well, even
I know
Unveil is beautiful. Like, I mean, I think I have to
Unveil is
stop you
beautiful.
there because, like, Unveil is it's such a gorgeous way of doing things, even from a user like not just from a
Yeah.
security standpoint, but even from a user standpoint, using Unveil and allowing it to see directories on your drive or on your system is beautiful. Like, it is a elegant solution, and there's just not that thing on Linux. Or even if you have a comparison,
Well, you
it's
can
not the
like
same.
on Linux you can use like bubble wrap and fire jail and stuff like that,
Yeah, but it's
but
not
it's
elegant.
not as good.
It,
It's definitely not.
it,
If
I
if you
won't even
want to
say it's not as
if you
good.
want to get if you want to get have some nightmares, you just go on the fire jail CV or bug
Oh yeah.
tracker.
Oh yeah. Well, but not even that. Like, just no matter what, however you're going to accomplish that on Linux, it's not as clean as Unveil. Like,
Yeah.
and that's one thing that again people don't understand about OpenBSD is the integration of the entire system
Oh
is
yeah.
gorgeous. Like, it is.
Well, what
Oh,
and what they do is they don't try to like load kernel modules or but everything is on a source code level, so it has to be compiled in, and that in and of itself is such a good safety measure. It's such a
oh
good
yeah.
stopgap.
Well,
like like
and it says something when a troglodyte like myself can go in and mess with kernel options and come out like the other end with a still booting system. Like,
yeah.
do you know how many times as an idiot, like, I've just been going into the Linux kernel and just changing shit, and then I no longer have a bootable kernel?
Hey, I love RC control is such a great program for
Mhm.
doing kernel customization. I actually wrote an article on RC control when I remember I was trying to do my one article a day for 30 days and completely.
Yeah.
Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, let's address that elephant in the room. Yes, I completely failed on my OpenBSD challenge, 100%. I okay, so there's maybe three reasons why I failed on that challenge. For one, um, I just got super bored trying to like just use nothing but command line and just only the tools, man. I was just like, because I would have like really rough days and I get home and I was super tired and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm doing this challenge thing. I can't watch YouTube. And then I was just like, you know what, I'll just do it and I won't tell anybody. And I started cheating.
Yep. Yep.
And then I was writing those articles and I really had fun writing those articles. But I swear to God, I was writing those articles when I had my kids in the morning and I had little kids and I couldn't neglect them too much. I had to constantly like cater to their needs and I love them to death and I just couldn't. So it was very fractured. I was like writing little bits and pieces throughout the day and it was just very stressful to it's not it's I envy people that can just have a nice quiet environment and just get work done because I literally had to learn how to make things in pieces.
Well,
Like I constantly am interrupted every
I'm
20
glad
seconds.
you said that because I think that's something with YouTube that people don't talk about all the time. It's like you see people doing challenges on YouTube all the time. And you're like, oh, I think I'm going to do that too. It takes maybe 2-3 times at most of doing a challenge on YouTube where you're just like, that's a stupid idea. Like it's just
Yeah. I feel like I bit off more than I can chew. I was being too over ambitious with it.
well, and that's kind
Honestly.
of the thing with YouTube is like you see other people doing challenges, and that's the whole thing
Yeah.
about them is like they're trying to do something where it's really hard for anybody else to do it because it's very like a good example is me doing the like Plan 9 for a week challenge. Like I can't make videos. I didn't have content on the channel for practically that entire
Yeah.
week.
And I feel bad and I kind of feel like man, like one of these days I just need to like just suck it up and do it and just actually just get it done. I think I kind of I fell out of it. Like I started kind of falling behind on the articles and I was totally cheating and just like using like web browsers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually I was just like, oh damn it, I just can't. And I just felt like I felt like I had dug a hole for myself. Like I put too much pressure on myself to
Yeah.
perform, and that's why I backed away from the challenge. Like you know what, guys, like I just have too many life responsibilities and I just can't do this. It's just too much for me, and I feel bad. I feel like I let some people down when
I
I did
wouldn't
that.
feel bad because I mean to be honest, that's very endearing because you're at least normal. Like we've all bitten off more than we can chew, and it's
Yeah,
kind of one of those things where it's nice to do it in a public environment where like it at least takes some courage to be like to more than just one person, like like a handful of people to a couple hundred people, be like, look, I bit off more than I can chew.
yeah.
I don't think
Well,
I
at least
can do
I know my
this.
limitations now. Now I know my
Mm.
limitations.
Well, and I
Now
mean
I
that's the
know.
thing about growing. Like it's uncomfortable in the moment, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's good to see in a public environment. Like nowadays, like I mean to be honest, like the current like way that people talk in especially like the big media is just like no one ever changes. Like you're not allowed to make mistakes and learn from them. Like it's good to see real people
Oh yeah.
like doing that, being like, look, I tried to do something, I couldn't do it, I failed, but now I know where my
uh,
limitations are. Like that's
I just want to
good.
address Terminal for Life is talking about how he said my perfect woman would be the one who could respect that and give me the time to get things done. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not saying this is all women, but a lot of women just do not understand computer hobbies unless it's making you're bringing in money, you're making bank, and you could just say this is for my job. They're just gonna like my ex just like she hated my computer hobby. She thought that I was just the biggest dweeb for
Well,
I don't know.
and you also have to think about it from someone who's not interested in what you're doing. If you're it like the thing about a computer hobby where I can always relate to someone who's not into computers, not understand like I'm that type of person. It's very easy for me to put myself in someone else's shoes and evaluate their perspective on something. If
She
I'm
literally
not
like I had dual monitors. She literally punched a hole into one of my monitors one day because I spent too much time on some Linux bullshit that I was stuck in. Like doing
Mhm.
something. I don't know. I was fixing something, and I guess I neglected her too much. And she literally this was a red flag that I probably should have left her at this point because that's just unacceptable. You should never, guys. You should never put up with a partner that's gonna break your things or throw your things against a wall or do anything violent towards you. If that
Yeah.
happens, just end it right there. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean,
Just cut
it,
cut
it
your
goes
losses.
it goes both ways between men or women. If someone is going to violently break
Yeah,
your shit over pretty much
yeah.
nothing, then, or over
Even
anything,
if it's not nothing,
yeah,
even
yeah,
if there's an issue, there's more adult ways to take care of this. Like even
yeah,
if the issue was that hey, you spent too much time on your broken Arch Linux install today, and I want to spend time with you, you could have addressed it in a much better way. Okay,
that's kind of the adult thing to do in an adult relationship. If that's not
and
happening,
I
it's a
mean,
red
and
flag.
I'm not gonna tell on myself too much, but this is why philosophies like men going their own way exist. Because sometimes women don't respect men in this respect, and I'm sure
Well, it
men
goes,
do the same thing to
yeah,
other women.
exactly. It goes both
It gets
ways.
both ways.
Yeah.
But in today's society, I feel like most guys are good guys, and they're receptive, and they'll talk and listen, and it's the women that sometimes often are unreasonable. Now, I don't mean to I don't want to go down that road, but it is a thing. It is a thing.
Well, again, it can always go both ways. It always depends on where you are too.
Well,
Like,
people just need to be adults.
yeah,
But like I said, if someone wants to take it to that level, then just walk away. Just walk away.
exactly. Yeah.
And I didn't walk away because we had kids, and that was,
Well, that
that's
complicates
the thing. That
everything.
complicates things. Yeah, it
Yeah,
complicates everything.
it
All the time.
always will
And she
complicate
eventually
things.
ended up cheating on me and dragging me through the mud, and had the whole. It was so bad. She had the whole neighborhood thinking I was just this monster, and when they actually
Well,
got to know me, they were
what
like,
you're
"Oh,
describing is every single bad relationship that I've ever heard.
yeah."
Like it always goes on for too. My best friend, man, had a relationship that like for months. I told him, I'm like,
Good night, Trust FM.
oh, have a good one, man. But I told him like, dude, like you need like it's gonna be healthier for you to cut it off. But
Yeah,
like the thing with any relationship is no matter what, if something that you're doing the other person doesn't see a value in and doesn't also see your
well,
interest
joke's
in
on
it.
her if I ever get that programming job. Joke's on her if I lift
Well,
myself out of the
but
cooking
but
industry.
see the thing is like no matter what, if the other person can't see your interest in something, it's clearly a problem like from the get-go. Like that would be just like me, like we hang out, we have a good time and everything, we talk and we enjoy each other's company, but then you tell me like constantly you're talking about FreeBSD, but anytime you spend like time using FreeBSD, I'm like what the like I get upset by it. Like it's a clear indicator that there's going to be
Yeah.
problems later,
Well,
because
and
if
they're
you're telling me that's what you're interested in, I should respect that. Oh, that's what you're interested in. Like
I will
it,
say that historically, men with computer hobbies or computer related careers do have problems with relationships because there's a huge time investment with
mm-hmm.
computers, like a huge time investment.
Yep.
Like I remember the lead developer, the creator of Void Linux, went through a really nasty custody battle. The lead developer and the creator of Doom Emacs went through a really nasty custody battle. You know, and
Yep.
I think both these guys were in the same situation I am. That we get a little too sucked into our projects, and we start not spending as much time with people, and this causes problems. Now that's not excusing other toxic behavior at all, because
No.
just because I'm a little sucked into my computer hobbies doesn't mean to give you the license to treat me like a piece of garbage or to
Exactly.
not do your part and just communicate with me. you know.
and vice versa. Like it just, it's always one of those things where like you have to be careful because it's a slippery slope of like being like, well, you know, I don't be, whenever you don't respect someone else's hobbies or enjoyments, it's really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard to have a healthy relationship, and that's something, well, I think everyone who's super into computers can agree on. Like, you don't hear neckbeards being like, oh yeah, I thrive with my relationships. Like, that's just not the stereotype that goes along
It's
with
kind of a
neckbeards.
crossweave error a little bit. Like
Exactly, yeah.
it's super time consuming. You know, like even people that do it, they get paid to do programming, like or developers, they have to spend a lot of time at the computer. They
Well,
do.
is that not why they
It,
get paid a lot?
and they get paid a
um
lot. So the women just have to understand, hey, he's gonna be at that computer a lot. And for some women, some women just don't like it, especially, you know, my ex was a little older. She comes from the 90s, early 2000 generation where the computers weren't as big of a thing. That was kind of a nerdy thing, you know. She didn't understand it.
eh,
Whereas nowadays, I think you know, nowadays it's more socially acceptable and understandable that tech is a big part of our life, and for
oh
someone
yeah.
to grow and learn tech, especially like let's say you started out kind of a screw up in life and you just work kind of like dead end jobs or 9 to 5 jobs or you're blue collar, and you gain an interest in tech, and maybe you're trying to better your life and maybe eventually like pivot yourself into that position, whether it be through coding or IT. There's going to be a transitional phase that's kind of tough because you have to spend so much time just kind of grueling it out and, you know, learning computers and playing around with computers and spending. The learning curve is massive. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's massive. I mean, I mean, I feel like it's almost as bad as like trying to get into the medical profession, but
Hmm.
without having to spend so much money. It's like you don't have to spend any money, but it's
It's
like
just
it's
time.
almost like a mountain of information you have to, that mountain of information that's constantly changing. Because what pisses me off about Linux is I was like a really big Linux geek and I knew everything I could know about Linux, and half of it's all different now. Over 2 years, Linux has just drastically changed in a lot of
Oh
ways.
yeah.
Like things are different now. Like
Block IV in chat said, I personally don't think computer hobbies are any different than any other hobby. Just because we classify ourselves as nerds doesn't mean we can't hold real relationships.
yeah,
I completely agree with that, man. Like
yeah,
it's just like any other hobby. Like I think both of our main points here is just like when it comes to a relationship, no matter what it is, like respecting the other person's hobby and their interest is very important. Because
but you know, in hindsight, I probably could have prioritized time with her more than I did with the computer.
hindsight's always 2020, dog.
And
Always.
there's a way that the computer can just kind of suck you in and you don't realize it, but you're spending way more time than you need to on certain problems.
Well, and that's also something that's just kind of, if you're someone who has a tendency towards those more perfectionist like
Yeah.
attributes, it's something where anything that you're going to do is going to take a lot of time, and like no matter what your hobby is, if you're that perfectionist when it comes to that hobby, you're going to spend more time on it, and that can definitely impact relationships. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, like, it's something where, yeah, maybe you could have done something better, maybe you couldn't have. Like, you really just don't know when it comes like the thing about like people and hobbies and just anything to do with a person in general, it's always going to be complex, always, because people are
Yeah.
complex. Like,
Well,
people aren't simple.
I would never. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm like super advanced or, you know, like amazing with computers, but I can get stuff done. I've made a name for myself. I've pushed myself to a point where people are like, oh, RootBSD, he's got that BSD channel. He does cool things with computers. He kind of knows what he's doing. He's not like a complete idiot or a loser or anything like that. But it took a lot of time for me to get to that point. It took a lot of me late nights just dorking around with computers and just making mistakes and reading forums and reading, you know, interactions with developer. I lurked on our OpenBSD for years. I
Mm.
lurked on mailing lists and I've watched that's where I get the most of my people are like, where do you get all this information from? Like, I get it from like watching interviews with developers and watching those talks and lurking on these forums. I glean information, and that's where I get
Mm-hmm.
most of my opinions from.
That's a
And will you
smart way to
like them
do
or
it
leave
too.
them?
Mm-hmm.
But and I don't know why I was so interested in this stuff. I don't know what is wrong with me. I think I blame my dad because my dad was a big computer kind of guy when I was a little kid, and I just that was kind of our bonding time was with computers. So I just kind of like was imprinted on me.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
probably should think about that with my sons because they love technology too. And
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where getting someone into like tech is always especially nowadays, it's a good idea, but some people go overboard on it too. Like it's one of those things where like I think Block V has been talking about this for a while, or Block IV, excuse me, has been talking about this for a while. But it's just balance. Like balance in everything is good, and a lot of people don't understand that. Like, look, you can learn an absolute shitload about something and still not go overboard. You can still balance things, but it's hard. Like people don't really want to talk about that. It is hard to balance
like you
life.
said, some of us have these perfectionist OCDs personalities.
Yep.
Where like me, like I'm the kind of person where I don't feel comfortable going to sleep if something's broken.
Oh, I'm the same. I'm the same. I will push myself to not go to sleep.
Yeah,
hence I didn't get sleep.
Yeah,
yep.
I'll lose sleep. I mean, lately I've been kind of lazy, but I'm actually probably that's a good thing to be lazy. Is getting better about. You know what? I got this much progress done in my rice and this done. I'm okay with leaving it this way for a week. I'll come back to it on my next days off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting better about it.
No.
It takes time. It's like you said. Everything is a growing experience.
Mm-hmm. And I mean that's kind of the. I mean, to take it back to strictly to OpenBSD. I mean, that's kind of my thing with OpenBSD is like it's a growing experience that's really nice. It's kind of learning. Like there's something to be said for having limitations imposed on you, but that aren't really bad limitations. Like I mean,
no, they're not bad at all.
Yeah, like that's the thing that I have to like. It's weird having to explain it to a Linux user because the thing is like when I say limitations, you're like, oh, okay, I can't do things. Like there's a whole bunch that I just cannot do, and it's like no, the limitations that I'm talking about aren't like you can't accomplish the end goal. It's just, yep, I have just now started up the stream again. Should be back here in just a second. I genuinely have no idea what happened there.
It's okay. I notice when your streams they exceed a couple hours, this kind of does tend to happen.
Yeah, I genuinely think it has something to do with the FFmpeg script because it gave me an error and then I had to reboot the system just to get the FFmpeg script to like work again. And nothing in HTOP or anything was showing a real problem. So I don't know what it is, but I'm doing like FFmpeg black magic, so I can't really complain too much.
What are these OBS Studio guys even doing? Like, how do they get it to work so well?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea.
Because they're using FFmpeg as their backend, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really was excited about OBS Studio being ported to OpenBSD, and when I tried it, it was just like dog. I was just like, oh my god, this is not working.
Yep. I mean, as flawed as my FFmpeg script may be, it works reliably enough to where I just can't care. Like it's great enough.
There's only one other guy that I know that streams using FFmpeg, and that's Luke Smith.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nobody else does it. So if anybody wants to judge you on it, your stream didn't last like 3 hours, it's like, okay, you go ahead and try and live stream using FFmpeg on OpenBSD, asshole. Just go ahead. Let me see how long you last.
It's not easy. It's not easy at all. I'll wish you luck, but trust me, it took me a lot of.
I don't even want to try it. I'll just be perfectly honest. I am not down to deal with the embarrassment of a live stream going south. I'm just not down with it. That's why I don't do live streams. I don't even like webcam. I don't even want to deal with it. Like honestly, like I'm more interested in the information and just me and my personality. I don't want. I mean, I've done face reveals so people know what I look like, so that it's not, they know I'm not like some weird like troll or hermit or something, But
you're not a garden gnome.
Yeah, like hey, RootBSD, he's like a normal guy. He looks normal, but it's just, I mean, I kind of like the way I'm going the mental outlaw route. Mental outlaw, he doesn't have a little square corner in the screen where he shows his face, or like DT's always he's in the studio with his face, and he's got his little hardware in the background and stuff, He's always got like 3 fucking bags and dark circles under his eyes, like he never sleeps.
That's just the funny part is that's such a given with Linux, like with Linux YouTubers. Like you're just like, do they have bags in their eyes? If you see someone who's a Linux YouTuber and they don't have bags in their eyes, you're like, huh? Like that's the first thing that you notice. You're like,
they need to have a goatee. A Linux YouTuber should have a goatee. And they should be bald. Or shaved head.
Well, exactly. Shaved head. They're not bald. They have a shaved head.
Their head. Well, I think that actually Luke Smith might be bald. I don't know.
If Luke Smith is not bald, I will be genuinely surprised.
Like, he looks like he's legit bald.
Yeah.
But but Luke Smith's a Chad though. Like Luke Smith probably slays all the Georgia. I don't think he lives in Georgia. He probably
I mean the funny thing about like Luke Smith is like it's very weird to go on his channel because like I don't know, like I see just as much religious stuff as I do.
Oh yeah, Luke Smith is religious.
Like it's very weird because like when I go on to like Linux channels, like that's not what you typically see.
He hasn't posted anything religious in a while. Like he's more about his homestead that he lives on, and his different ways of making money. He's kind of on the crypto thing now. But Luke Smith just kind of does whatever he wants. He's Luke Smith. He just kind of is like he's just a cult of personality.
Basically. That's what a lot of people hate about him. Is like you can't pin Luke Smith. I would
never hate him for that. Like he paid his dues. He did. Luke Smith paid his dues. He did his thing. What does he owe anybody? Luke Smith, just like this is the misconception of people with YouTube creators. Like they feel like they owe them something. No, dude, this guy's he's just making videos. Like he may or may not make it. He doesn't. I don't think that Luke Smith makes the bulk of his living off of YouTube.
No.
Like
most people don't. Also, I mean yeah, exactly. Most people don't. Like that's the thing. Like I want to make this channel something that's worth something to people. Yeah. But at the end of the day, at the same time, like I don't necessarily owe you anything.
Exactly.
Like I don't. I'm not just promising.
I literally had somebody complaining to me, ordering me that I need to make sure that all my uploads on YouTube and Odyssey and PeerTube are all in sync. They were pissed off at me about that. I'm like, okay, are you gonna give me some money? Are you gonna,
what's my?
You gonna volunteer to do it?
Like, what's my contract with you? Like, can you like did I sign a contract while I was asleep?
It was on my PeerTube because I do have a PeerTube, which is actually the PeerTube is ran by a friend of mine that it's kind of like it's his server.
Yeah.
So there's only so much space on there, so I kind of just load random stuff on there. And this viewer got pissed. He got mad at me because he wants to see the same stuff. He wants to see mirror copies of my YouTube channel on Odyssey and on PeerTube. And I'm just like, dude, like that's a lot of work, bro. Like I don't have the free time for that.
Thank you, TFL, for letting me know I'm in Top Chat. And I agree with you. And also, what people don't understand is when they ask for like, I'm going to go off on a tangent here, but please bear with me. I'm going to self-correct here in a second, but if you want to be an absolute dipshit like that and request that, someone should have everything mirrored on PeerTube and stuff, like, do you, like, as a person, you have to understand how disconnected from reality you are. PeerTube requires you to pay for your hosting. Mm-hmm. If any single person went to go look up how much it would cost me to mirror my entire YouTube channel on PeerTube, you would shit bricks. You would genuinely not if TFL, like you're in the chat, go and look up the amount it would cost you to host your entire YouTube channel on PeerTube. You will shit yourself. It is so much money you can't understand. It's a lot.
The owner of the PeerTube instance that I'm on, I am on a PeerTube instance. It's called danksquad. Is it XYZ?
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me bring it up. I don't know if anybody's ever. I post random crap on my PeerTube. I don't even post my main videos on there. Just I post videos that I know that I never could get away with posting on YouTube. like usually like music oriented, and sometimes just like goofy stuff that I feel like wouldn't be a proper like full video on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But that guy, he lives in Florida. He has a degree in network engineering and cybersecurity, and he works for a VPN, and he's the hypervisor guy for a huge data center. So that guy, he makes bank, and he runs he runs the Mastodon instance that I'm involved with, and he runs his own PeerTube instance, and he says he does this basically just to put it on his resume. Eventually, when he like leaves his company, he wants to have a really beefed up resume saying, "Hey, I run my own PeerTube instance. I have my own social media website that I run," and that's fantastic. That's really smart on his end, you know.
Yeah.
And also, I'll plug it right now. The Fediverse instance that I'm on is a technology like Linux and FOSS and BSD oriented instance. It's called Starnix. It's I don't think I'm allowed to. Are you allowed to put links in the chat?
I am now. Hold on, let me go up here. Let me fix this.
How do because I know if the minute I do it, YouTube would delete it.
Nope. Now you're able to. You are now a moderator on my channel,
so I will put a link to my Fediverse instance. This is a technology oriented instance. Okay, so don't worry. I know some people go on the Fediverse and you're like you're just inundated with furries and Nazis and stuff like that. Don't.
It's so true.
It's so true. It's so true. And many weebs, just weebs and lollies and. Just,
if anyone has been on the Fediverse in the last like 3 months, you will understand that is exactly what you're getting fed.
Okay, so it's called Mastodon.starnix.network. It's ran by an actual sysadmin, like brilliant hypervisor Linux guy. His name he goes by the name because the Fediverse is all about using anonymity, using avatars or strawmen. You don't put your real name out there. That's the whole point. So he goes by the name of Split Shock Virus. Brilliant guy, extremely smart, about Linux. And so the emphasis of Starnix is about technology. So if you want to go on there and you want to just make posts about, I'm doing this with Linux, or I'm installing that, or I'm doing this, it's a great platform for that. So it's called Mastodon.starnix.network. So, but it's the Mastodon it's in the chat. It's mstdn.starnix.network, and it's also the point of the site is to promote the Fediverse and ActivityPub. And some people have a problem with, because yes, the Fediverse is infested with weird people. It's 100% true.
Yep.
But at the same time, the whole concept behind it is brilliant. That we can all have our own little. It's kind of like, okay, like let's say you were on Twitter, and you're on Twitter just doing your thing, and you're just having a good time, and you just type whatever's on your mind. You have your friends and stuff, and Twitter says, "No, I don't like you. I don't like the way you think. Get the hell off my site." Well, you could just be like, all right, fine. I'm going to go start my own Twitter, but still be able to talk to everybody else on Twitter. That's kind of how the Fediverse is. You can just go start your own little instance. You don't even have to use Mastodon. There's Mastodon, there's Pleroma, there's Misskey, and there's Soapbox. So you have 4 different types of front ends that you can use. And I'm not going to get into web dev, nerdism. There's different ways that they implement them. But you have these options, and when you're on there, you can choose whether or not to be federated with certain servers. So let's say there's a server out there that's just full of jackasses, and there is one. There's the worst one in the world. I actually went to war with these guys one night. I got really drunk and like just totally went to war with these guys. There's something I'm gonna introduce you guys to some interesting concepts. But there's something called a hell thread. So a hell thread is basically when you have all these users from this one server try to raid you and just bombard you with hundreds of comments, like just trash talking you and getting at you. So I will say this server is full of people that do like the KKK. They like the Nazi thing. They're all into that stuff. So I basically told them they're all a bunch of idiots and just said that racism was stupid and espoused my Christian beliefs about how all men are of one blood and we all have one common ancestor.
And you drove them insane.
And they just went insane. Yeah, they took a proverbial shit on me, and they even said they were going to cancel my YouTube channel, which I thought was hilarious. A bunch of neo-Nazis on the Fediverse think that they're going to cancel my YouTube channel.
See, like, this is why guys. I don't bother with Twitter or the Fediverse.
Well,
or
this
anything.
Was just one night. It was.
Yeah.
It was kind of,
yeah. Well, I mean, but the thing is like
for the most part, I have a positive experience because I do.
But the thing about
how I do it.
The thing about Twitter, like I know you're on the Fediverse, dog, but as soon as you go into the Twitter, the bigger, wider space, it's like you don't even have to say something remotely controversial or like attract these type of groups to get. I have a, like I'm pretty sure this is the Twitter account that I deleted. There might be one, like one of my, I think in my entire lifetime I've had 2 Twitter accounts. There might be one that's still up. I'm not sure, but. I know I had one Twitter where I had someone like coming after me because I said in a video or like a post to Twitter, like, you know, just like a random like one-off shoot to Twitter that like fundamentally like System D was not like a bad piece of software. Like, I can't remember how I phrased it, but I said like something along the lines of System D is not really bloated. It's a group of programs, and if you don't understand that, like just look into the GNU utils. And oh, dude, if you have to pee, go run to the bathroom, dog. Like I've done that before. I ran to the bathroom. It's all good. I'll read chat. I'll catch up on chat because I need to do that. So if anyone in chat wants to like talk for a second, RootBSD has to run to the bathroom. We have literally been talking. I just checked on it not too long ago. We've been streaming for like 3 hours. Like I think we started at 12:30. It's 3:37 right now. Like we've been streaming for like 3 hours. Like technically speaking, because of how much look how much of this I've drank. Like, or let me spin it around this way so you can see it. That's how much of this this entire jar was full this night before I started drinking. I finished off most of the jar. This has been a really fun conversation. Luke Smith is a big brain. Like all big brain people, we are well versed on various subject matters. His channel is not a tech channel. He said that many times in his videos. That's the same thing I'll say with my channel, man. I post whatever I'm interested in, which is also why I like Luke Smith's content. Like it's weird and off-putting to a lot of people because you go to Luke Smith's channel and because Luke Smith is known for Linux content, when you see him talking about like religious stuff, you're like, what the hell is going on here? But like, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna warn you guys right now. I will eventually branch out to new content. There is actually a subject that I'm more interested in than tech itself in a lot of ways.
Well, and see, that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. Like, if your channel can be two kind of different things. It's either a personality channel or the type of channel like Linus Tech Tips, where it's a topic channel.
Yeah.
Like, if anyone in here in the live stream is familiar with O'Shea Linux, he is a fantastic creator. I absolutely love his personality. O'Shea is one of the best guys that I know. He's a fantastic dude. His channel is a hobby channel. You read the name of it and you go O'Shea Linux. You go, oh, this guy must be making Linux content. He literally makes no Linux content whatsoever. As far as I know, he still uses Windows. Like the name makes no sense, but when you go to his channel, it's a hobby channel, and he posts whatever he's interested in. And a lot of the times, like especially here recently, he's interested in simulator games. He plays a lot of, like farm simulator stuff like that, car mechanic simulator, and he's all around a great guy. But the thing is like a lot of people go to people's channels and go, oh, I expected something else. You need to change to be what I expected. And it's one of those things where on the internet, you're just going to get that as a creator. And it's up to you whether or not you take it as constructive criticism or as something to just disregard. It's up to you.
It is. And you have to learn how to disregard that stuff at a certain point. Like I had a big struggle early on in my YouTube. I wouldn't even say career, my YouTube hobby, my YouTube side hobby, where I had to learn to not get worked up over comments. It was hard.
That is hard. Something that every creator will try to help you with. Like, I want to give a big shout out to DT here. Or I won't even go by his like channel initials. Derek is a great guy. He's someone who like behind the scenes has like many times been like stressed to me. Like I wouldn't say behind the scenes. He said it on camera. Like I'm pretty sure in our podcast that's going on, we even talk about it. But like reading comments is one of the things where as a person, it's really, really hard to not want to take everything personally, not want to defend yourself and stuff, and like
or defend what you're talking about. Like exactly. I want to defend OpenBSD. When people start shitting on OpenBSD in my comments, I'm ready to go. I'm war mode.
Yep.
I'm ready.
Yep.
It's on. We're putting on the armor. We're getting the sword sharpened.
Yep. and it's hard as hell to learn. Like, okay, there's definitely hills to fight and die on, but there's also many a hills that just won't.
Yeah.
Also, too, especially with just the online like wider community, like when you put your content out there, you're gonna get the people who are just unhinged, like just batshit crazy, and if you interact with them, you kind of learn from now on, like, okay, I know how to spot someone who's just not well. The best interaction I've ever had with somebody is somebody who was just unhinged, like talking about how, like, I don't know, disrespected them or disrespected something I was talking about, how I was too ignorant to know what I was talking about and everything. And I messaged him back with, I don't know what's going on in your life, man, but I hope it gets better. Just know, like, I care. Like, I hope you have a good one, and I hope whatever's going on in your life gets better. And bro, when I say that, like, that just
that's pretty good, man. Yeah.
That set him off on a way that I wouldn't even possibly understand. Like, the thing is like with people, it's sometimes, especially on the internet, like the weird thing is like a lot of the times that people will come at you like with unjust anger or some type of like really weird pent up like aggression. It has nothing to do with anything that you're talking about. It has nothing to do with anything of the subject matter or anything. They're just going through some shit in their life and they're coming up with some weird way of like letting loose. And it's something weird on the internet that you have to deal with as a content
maybe
creator.
The internet is just an outlet for some people where they have no other outlet to.
I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, I think it would be hard to argue against.
I've even done that myself. I vented on the internet because I had no one else to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why I like Fediverse, because I can just put some bullshit out there, and if nobody reads it or cares, and if somebody wants to talk down to me, whatever, I don't care. Like,
I think that's exactly what the Fediverse is for. Like, you just toss shit out into the wild and you have fun with it. And the fun thing with about the Fediverse, like, versus Twitter is, like, there's no like monetization bullshit behind it. So when you toss stuff out there into the wild, like, it's exactly that. Like, you're just tossing your thoughts out there. In Twitter, it's like, it's weird where, like, somehow, like, you toss some like random bullshit out into Twitter and then there's like political discourse around what you said, which is like, what in the fuck is going on?
Have you ever heard of a YouTube content creator called Joey Be Cool?
I feel like I have, but I'm not sure.
He makes videos criticizing Instagram and TikTok.
Yeah, I definitely know who you're talking about.
He's a comedian. So yeah, he gets that kind of weird shade where he'll be just talking about what he talks about on his channel on Twitter, and then somebody in the comments section wants to make it all about race or something, or say he's entitled because he's white and stuff like that. And it's just like, bro, he's like, I'm literally just showing how stupid people are being on these social media platforms. Like how nonsensical they're being and how society is just rotting. That's like his whole thing. He's a comedian. Like, and I think that it's weird. When did comedians become like something like, in my day, we all understood who comedians are, but now people just don't understand what comedians are anymore. I mean, you got Will Smith.
They also don't understand
Chris Rock for telling
exactly.
A joke.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is like, nowadays, like, it's weird. Like, people don't understand, like, okay, if you're telling a joke that doesn't offend, that can't possibly offend anyone, it's probably not a joke.
It's not funny.
Exactly. If your joke can't possibly offend any single person in existence, it's probably not funny.
That's what made comedy. That's the golden age of comedy in the 90s and the 2000s. You know, I mean, me personally, my favorite comedian of all time is Kevin Hart. Like, Kevin Hart is just, will always have me split in my side 100%. And
see, for me, it's Tom Segura because he's modern. Like, not modern. I gotta check him out. Tom Segura. If you guys don't know who Tom Segura and his wife Christina Pajitsky are, I highly recommend you go back and start watching Your Mom's House podcast. They are fantastic comedians. They're a husband and wife comedy duo that are just.
Tom Segura. All right, I'm gonna write this down.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not gonna write this. I'm gonna use Featherpad. I'm gonna put this.
There you go. See, they're great. Tom Segura is one of those guys where he's great. Like, just for an example, here recently, they like, and by recently I mean like within the past week, him and his wife put out for one of their latest podcasts. They were talking about like models and stuff, and Tom was like, I don't want to see some fat bitch like as a model. He's like, I want to see like the most, like, for male models, I want to see like the most yoked dude. I want to see like all that. Like, he's like, I want to see the best possible man that a man can be. Yeah. He's like,
and I want to see the best possible woman too.
Yeah.
I never got into the whole super skinny, like she looks like a strong wind will blow her over.
Oh yeah, that looks weird.
I want to see like an Amazonian that looks like she would just conquer the world.
Yeah. Well, like, and see, like,
7 foot tall.
That's what I love about Tom Segura and his comedy is like he's not afraid to say shit that's going to offend somebody. Like, somebody it's going to offend.
Well,
but like,
somehow in the past 5-6 years the tides have turned and now everything is offensive. You gotta walk on eggshells in society. I personally don't do it. I don't care. I don't, good luck canceling me because I don't make money off any of this stuff.
Well,
literally somebody tried. This was not for me. This was for a coworker who was in school. She held certain political opinions, and her schoolmate tried to call the owner of my pub and say, "Oh, well, blah, blah, did you know that your employee believes this and that?" And you know what my owner told this caller on the phone?
Mm-hmm.
If you ever call here again, I'm calling the police. Click.
Do you want to know the craziest person I've ever had on my YouTube channel? There's one single person. Again, I'm not going to name names or anything or usernames or whatever, but I've had one person crazy enough to actually not just contact like me about something insane, but contact my mother.
Oh, Jesus
And
Christ.
now, mind
Oh
you,
my God.
if you don't know me or my mother, like, my mother doesn't give two shits about what some random person on the internet has to say about her. I had someone crazy enough to email my mother telling
How
them
do they
about.
even find your mother's email?
Oh, no, it wasn't. It like, dude, when I say it was like some crazy shit, like it was some crazy shit. Like, it wasn't even technically my mom's email. Like, it was a work email for her that, because of my last name, like
Wow.
they tied like my name to my
Oh,
mom, found
this
my
is why you never
mom.
put your real name out there. This is
Well,
why.
and but see, like, I understand the argument against like putting your real name out there, but like, let's be honest, like, my mom, like, the email that I'm even talking about here, like, it's one of her old work emails. Technically speaking, this person emailed her on her work email, but whatever. She's like, that work email doesn't even exist anymore. Like, it doesn't matter. But like, my mom was like, so I got an email the other day about you making a video on, like, I made some video on, like, I don't know, it may have been pipe wire or something. Like, it was something like about audio on Linux, and somebody who was really upset about, like, really upset about it, like, emailed my mother about how, like, I was like spreading false information, misleading people, and like I was an absolute disgrace, like, that I was allowed to
Oh
like
God.
put out information on the internet.
Oh
Like,
my God.
it's
What is this? Has this person ever seen like a beautiful hillside with wildflowers on it
like,
and the
doc,
wind blowing
this
through the
man's
trees?
never touched grass, like,
Jesus
never
Christ.
touched
Never
grass.
kissed a hold a girl's hand and walked through. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, and the idea that you're going to message a grown man's mother and like there's going to be like serious discipline coming after, like,
This has to be a teenager. This can't be a grown up.
oh, it has to be. But the thing is like my point with that is, like, on the internet, like, to me, like, the kind of thing is like, when you're, especially when you're in a public forum, like, you're just gonna experience crazy, like, that's just gonna happen.
Yeah, you have to learn how to deal with it. It
Yeah,
sucks.
and it's
At
very
first, I
weird.
was. It can be at first it can be overwhelming a little bit. Like for me, like negative comments or really strange, like shitting on comments in my comment were strange because I'm like, bro, I just made a cool video where I did this out of my free time. This cost me my free time. Like I work. I have a job. I have kids. I have
Mm-hmm.
responsibilities. I made this out of my free time. I did this as like kind of like a service, like where hey, I want to show you how cool OpenBSD is, or how to do this in OpenBSD, or how to install this firmware.
And then you
Well, the
missed
firm,
one thing, and
yeah,
someone goes
or
balls to the wall.
yeah, somebody's like criticizing me. Well, you sound like you're kind of out of it in here. Or you're not. You sound you made a mistake here. I'm like, yeah, probably because I only had like 3 hours of sleep
Hmm.
because I had to be up early for
Or
work the next
because
day.
this isn't my job and I don't, like, I do my best for it, but at the end of the day, like, I'm trying to do something fun, like,
Yeah.
and when you
Or
try
maybe
to do.
I'm trying to push myself to
Mhm.
do more. I'm trying to expand my horizons. I'm I'm trying to not be that guy that just goes to work and when I come home I just play Xbox or I watch football or whatever. How many guys are out there that work a job and they go home and they play Xbox or they watch sports or whatever, man, like
Like, everybody, come on,
it's
man.
like everybody. I'm actually trying to do something with my life
Yeah,
that's
and
different.
and that's something for a lot of people, like, they will probably not understand, like, there is a certain level of courage to going, I'm unfamiliar with this thing, but I've learned quite a bit, and even though I don't know everything that I'm talking about, I still want to share what I've learned and
Mm-hmm.
tell other people about it, and to do it in a public format where that there's a good chance that some dipshit out there is going to be like, well, you don't know
Yeah,
everything that you're talking about. Like, you could have done a better job on this video. Like, that stuff's going
right.
to happen.
My for the future, my response to that's going to be okay. Well, link me to I want to see your YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Post your YouTube channel. Let me see your content. So I can take pointers on how to do better. 100%, bro. Yeah, thanks, man. Let me see your videos.
Well, I mean that's the funny thing about it is like in YouTube, pretty much what I've learned is the people who are doing really good jobs are the least likely to criticize you. However, the person with a YouTube channel that has nothing going on it and who has never done anything with their YouTube channel is the most likely to
Most of
criticize
these
you.
people don't even have channels. They're literally just users. They're
Yep.
literally just, I have this account so I can comment.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So I
And
can write comments.
also, I think the thing that for a lot of people throws them off is they expect someone to want to be the next Linus Tech Tips. Like they think that that's the goal for your channel.
I
Is
don't even. Who even likes Linus Tech Tips? I don't even like Linus Tech Tips.
especially here lately, I don't have any reason to
Well,
like
I
really
mean,
like them.
I understood who Linus was from the get go. Like he's no Lewis Rossman.
No.
Like Lewis Rossman is a fucking Chad, Alpha Giga Chad, Mega. Dude, that motherfucker was on. Sorry for cussing, guys, but he was
Don't
on.
apologize at all. I swear
He
all the time.
literally just posted himself doing 20 pull-ups.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this guy runs a business in New York. He has multiple houses. He has a multi-million-dollar or multi-million user or subscriber channel, and he literally posts every single day. Like, and he has a wife who he loves him to death. He makes it work. Like, Lewis Rossman is succeeding in life. Like, I don't fuck Linus Tech Tips. Lewis
Well,
Rossman should be
like
who should we look to as the epitome of a YouTuber and a business owner that gets shit done.
Linus, like by comparison, Linus gets handed money from everywhere. Like sponsors, hardware manufacturers, like there's like 15 different companies that are like elbowing each other to give Linus money. And Lewis Rossman is someone who's like, I don't give two fucks. He's like pretty much like the whole state wants to get me out of here. Like the city like doesn't even want me here. Um, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with Lewis Rossman, he is one of the most awesome people because he's one of the few creators who has gone around his actual city and shown off how despicable it's designed. Like if you're unfamiliar with New York City is ran by some of the most scummiest scumbags that can be produced
100%.
on Earth. Like
Well,
there's
Chicago gives them a run for their money.
they're
Lori
neck and
Lightfoot,
neck.
yeah.
Like they're like neck and neck because New York is
in
ran
LA
by
too.
well,
San
yeah,
or
but
Philadelphia.
I don't
Fuck.
know. It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat New York City because New York City is one of the few places in America where they're like, we are literally willing to build our city in a way that if you're homeless, you're gonna die. Like they genuinely design like if you don't know New York City, they design sewer grates that blow hot air. They design them where in a way where if you were to sleep on it, it's impossible. Like you can't lay on it and fall asleep. It's designed to like poke and like pretty much stab you like at different parts if you lay on it. So no one lays on the warm parts because that essentially what happened is in New York City, the grates that had warm air coming out of them during the winter, homeless people would sleep there to, I don't know, survive.
Stay warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so New York was like, well, we got to get rid of the homeless. The best way is to just kill them. Like,
you know what the best thing you can do for the homeless?
Not kill them?
Give them job training and like 12-step programs and not give them money.
Yeah.
Like I'm somebody I
Well-
lived in California. I know that the majority of the homeless population actually they kind of abuse the system. They're stuck in a rut and a lot of them also half the time are just mental patients that get pushed out of the mental institutions.
That is
There's
almost
a lot of
always.
cuts.
I had a schizophrenic buddy who lived as a homeless person. He was working at Goodwill, made good money, like, but homeless. Like,
there's two sides of the coin. Like I am genuinely because I as a young man in my early 20s, I was homeless a little bit in California.
I've been
slept
homeless
on the
too.
beach. I've couch surfed. I've been there, done that. But at the same time, I will own up to the fact that most of that stuff was self-induced. Most of that stuff could have been fixed if I had a better work ethic, if I was better with my money, if I had a better attitude.
I mean,
And
if
a
we're
lot,
gonna be honest here,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's the
yeah.
thing. That's the thing. So I understand the mental illness is mental illness is a huge problem in America. It's a
Mm.
huge, elephant in the room. Mental illness is a big problem. But at the same time we gotta pull up our pants and just we gotta take the shitty jobs, go work at Burger King, go work fast food, work your way up, save up your money, then get a better job, learn some skills. There's a process to this, and it involves effort. It involves getting up in the morning and being an adult, and some people
I
don't
like
want
how
to
in
do this.
this day and age, your entire that entire statement there would be like, that's heresy. Like, what are you
Well, I
saying?
don't give a fuck,
Like,
because you know what, that's
exactly.
what people need to hear.
Well,
That's what
yeah,
people need.
like,
Because if my loser ass could do it, then you can do it. Because I and my okay, so I used to be a big kind of like a loser in my early 20s. I got into drugs. I got into these couch surfing, and I messed up a lot. I goofed off a lot. My big saving redeeming factor is I ran away to Southern California, and when I was there, I had to work and try hard to survive. Like I had to,
mm-hmm.
like, and if I wanted women to like me, if I wanted girlfriends, I had to actually have money in my wallet.
Well, I
So
think
that
that's
that
that's
was a
pretty much,
motivating factor.
no matter what. If you're gonna have a significant other, you have to have money to take care of them.
Yeah.
Like, you
So
just
yeah, that
have
that,
to.
that, that kind of shaped me up. I'm like, okay, all right, fine. So I started working. I did construction. I did labor ready. I did the dirty, dumb jobs. I've dug ditches. I've jumped on roofs. I've done construction. I've framed. I've cooked.
Well,
I'm
that
like the ser.
see, that's why I say everyone should have a service job at
Yeah.
some point in their life. Like, you have to learn, that respect for for going up in
Yeah.
in the in the rung. Because if you don't, if you skip to like, the worst people you can ever interact with is like the executive type people's, like people who have ever only been executive, like they've never
Oh yeah.
worked at like a Denny's or something, like they've never had to deal with the just public service,
And
like,
there's people out there that never even had jobs, period. They've
oh
only ever
yeah.
been in college. And then college is like a don't even get me started on universities, man. That's
Oh,
something else,
I,
man.
I don't think anyone wants to talk about universities. Is like the fact that most professors are quitting universities because they know that their employee, like their students aren't going to grow up to be in a good position in life, says a lot. Like, I mean, when Ivy League professors in mass are just kind of like, what's the point? Like,
I could say
it's a
some
problem.
even current events that are happening with universities that I was made aware of by YouTube channels that I subscribe to that I don't even want to talk about on your channel because I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Because
that's the thing. Like, we live in a day and age now where, I don't know, like the world's weird, and it's just like, can't we all just be nerds and like, just
yeah,
enjoy stuff
yeah,
and
enjoy
not
stuff.
dive into like,
But
I don't know.
but at the same time, when the world is like on fire and falling apart around you, it's hard not to talk about it. It's hard.
Yeah, you have a good point. You have a
Yeah,
good point
it's
there.
hard. And sometimes you
Oh.
feel like, man, am I being a coward for not talking about it? I mean, I don't want to be political. That's not my main focus. Like I
Well,
told you.
and see,
Oh
that's
yeah,
the
I
thing.
told
Like,
you I want to branch out. My main branch out, believe it or
mm,
not, this might sound weird. My main hobby horse that I love, that I'm very very passionate about. Anybody that knows me is ancient history and ancient mysteries. I'm all
ooh,
into the ancient past, ancient mysteries like megaliths and stone structures and pyramids and all the crazy things about the past history, because I personally don't believe that our
are you
history
big into
has been
Graham
fully.
Hancock?
Yes, very
Fuck
much
yeah,
so.
fuck yeah.
Brian
Okay,
Forrester. Have you heard
yeah.
of Brian Forrester?
Yes, I
Yeah.
have. Yes, I
Oh
have.
my god. Okay, you ever seen the movie Step
Look, if
Brothers?
you ever branch out on that type of stuff, just send me an email before it
Oh, I
happens so I
am.
can
Oh,
be
I
there
am.
first.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
I've been for the past almost the past year. I've been collecting material to video and pictorial pictures and video to talk about all sorts of ancient mysteries, all sorts of crazy things that people don't know about. like crazy things about the past.
See,
Like that's
I
a
would
big
be
thing.
interested as hell
Yeah.
in. Like, I'd
Yeah,
love
I
it.
don't want to. I don't want to make my RootBSD channel be all about that. So I'm probably gonna create
Mm.
a new channel just for that. It's just finding the free time to make that kind of content, you know.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing that people, again, like, I don't think people understand about YouTube. Like, the funniest thing is trying to talk to like my surrounding family about doing YouTube. Like, there are some times where I have to be like, okay, for me to like kind of hold down this thing, I have to treat it sometimes like a job. Sometimes I have to treat like when I'm going to be doing something with someone else, I have to treat it like a job only out of respect for the other person. Like a good example is like this stream. Like if we say that we're going to do it at a certain time, it's important to me that I'm here at a certain time. Like granted, I'm not perfect. I might mess up, but it's still important.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of the times with like YouTube, it's really easy for other people around you to be like, well, you don't like it. It's worthless. Like, why are you even doing it?
They don't understand the time that goes into. First off, you have to prep for the video. You have to do research.
Yep.
So you don't want to come. You don't want to turn on the mic and you don't have anything to say. You don't have any notes. You don't have anything prepared.
I dare someone to make their first YouTube video and just go onto your computer, press record, and start talking. Yeah. I guarantee you in 5 minutes you'll learn. So it's not easy.
And then once you get everything recorded, then you got to take it to the video editing program, and you got to make an actual video, and you need graphics. You need there's so the sound, the mixing. There's so much that goes into the people that just take for granted, and it's very time consuming. It is. It's very time consuming, especially if you want to make some kind of high quality content. Like one of my favorite YouTubers right now is his channel is called It's a Gundam. It's literally called It's a Gundam, and he lives in New York, and he does kind of various kind of like pop culture subjects. He does it occasional like manosphere subjects, but his video production is phenomenal, and he doesn't show his face, but he has an animated avatar that represents him, and the work that goes into that is phenomenal. I can only imagine how much he probably has to have help. He has to pay somebody to help him do that kind of stuff. But like people don't realize the amount of work that goes into quality video production, artwork, music. And you have to clear all the copyrights too. You got to make sure your stuff's all copyright legit.
Well, and then also a lot of people look at the timestamp of your video and go, "Oh, that's how long it took to make it." Like if you see a 10-minute video on YouTube and you think it took 10 minutes to make,
no, it could take like 10 hours.
Yeah, you have no idea. It could have taken 1 hour. That person could have been really efficient, had it really planned out, and made it in an hour. But the odds of that, really low. It took anywhere from 2 to 12 hours for that bitch to be made. Like, people do not understand.
All my videos on my YouTube channel, for the most part, especially the really good ones, they generally took anywhere from 4 to 6 hours for me to produce. 100%. 100%. I'm keeping it real.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time, especially if you have a job and kids and responsibilities. That's a lot of time to put into a video, and not be like a bad dad or something, you know, like
exactly. And that's what people don't understand about the really high quality content they see on YouTube. Like if you're watching something that is super mega high quality, like it is just, it's been edited to perfection.
Yeah, they got the animations, the sound,
like everything's going on. That video probably had 16 hours of work in it, and there was like probably like $50,000 to $150,000 spent on that video. Like,
oh damn,
a lot. Like Linus Tech Tips videos. Like if you were to do the math on his videos, like a 10-minute video from Linus Tech Tips costs about $50,000 to $100,000. Because if you think about it for a while, like, it makes sense. Like some of his videos, like not only the parts in them, like if he has to purchase them himself, like a company, like let's say you watch one of Linus Tech Tips videos and it's a 8-minute video on something new Intel's doing. If he didn't purchase it, Intel spent like $12,000 to send like some Xeon processor and a motherboard to him to do like some video. Like the amount of money that goes into that video, people don't understand. And like then when people
They
want to,
literally watch for a minute and click next.
yeah, and then they expect that level of or not necessarily expect, but some people, and again, but when I'm saying some people, it's not like I'm talking about the people in this live stream or whatever. I'm saying there's a very select handful of people that look at small content creators and go, why can't you do this? And it's like, your expectations are insane. Like a Linux experiment, the Linux experiment is someone who I will point to like pretty frequently. The level of quality of his content is really good. It's really good. But I dare you to sit down and go through his video and check mark each time there's a cut in that video. Each time there's a cut. If you check mark a piece of paper every single time in one of the Linux Experiments videos that there's a cut, it is like it'll end up being at least 13.
Wait, are you talking about Matt?
No, that's the Linux cast.
I
get
them mixed up.
Yeah. The Linux Experiment.
Matt does a great job of editing too, though.
Oh yes, he does. But Matt, I will say, he's gotten a lot better about, because typically, like when you cut a lot, like it's, especially with newer Linux content creators, like you're cutting to cut out like ums and stuff. Like that with the Linux Experiment, he's cutting a lot, like for Caden Live pop-ups, or like diving into like, okay, so we're checking out Dolphin, and then there's also like this. There's a whole bunch of cuts in the Linux Experiment videos, and if you count it, you'll realize, okay, each single one of these cuts is a manual cut, a manual alignment that probably took, if you estimate 2 minutes per cut, by the end of doing the estimation, a 10-minute video is already, at minimum, takes 25 to 30 minutes to make. And so the longer you do that, like the longer you do the math and the more natural you get with it, because someone's not going to be the fastest possible when making a video. Like, anything you do, like most likely you're not the most optimized you could possibly be at the task. It takes effort to put out this kind of stuff.
You know what's saddening me though is that I feel like YouTube is rewarding short content, like under 10 minutes content, over long form content. Not all the time, for the most part. And that's hard for anybody that's delving into intellectual technical concepts. Because you can't delve into intellectual technical concepts at 6 minutes at a time.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you think about it, like we've been talking now. I think when you were in the bathroom, no, almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. In another 20 minutes, it'll be 4 hours that we've talked.
Oh, I need to go to bed.
Yeah. So like I completely agree. Like short form content is getting much more exposed, but also at the same time, like we couldn't have had this conversation where we talk about many different things, share our real opinions, and elaborate on stuff if we had to do it in 30 minutes. Like there's no way we can have this conversation in 30 minutes.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. There have been times when I'm a big YouTube, like there's people that hate YouTube. I don't hate YouTube, but I have a certain disdain for its management. But the content creators on YouTube are fucking gold. Like, there's an endless amount of really cool homegrown channels on YouTube that are putting out good information, and not just in tech, but in other subjects too. 100%. Like, I'm always impressed by some of the people I stumble upon on YouTube. And they're in different subjects and information categories, but
I think that's something that YouTube needs to remember and hopefully think about.
They shit on it. Honestly, they do. Like that. It's just like we were talking about with Microsoft earlier. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like you have something good here and you're shitting on it.
Yep.
Well, actually, Microsoft really has something good.
Exactly. Like, Microsoft used to have something good, but they pissed and shit that opportunity away a long time ago. And so,
but I mean, I've even caught myself going like, okay, I like this video, I like the subject matter, but I just I'm just not that into it right now to watch a 30-minute video about it or an hour-long video about it. Like
Mm.
I'll save it to my watch later. Maybe I'll get into it later. I understand that. Some people
Oh
are just
yeah.
kind of like I'm just maybe like because for me I treat YouTube like cable TV because I hate cable TV like with a passion. I
Well, and that's
refuse
kind of
to
the
give
thing
them
about
money.
YouTube. You have the option between both. You can do long form content or short.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it can be easy to beat yourself up for choosing short form content when it, like, the thing is you have to be objective about the way that, if you are only choosing short form content all the time, that and it's a problem
No.
like to you, then maybe you should address it. But at the same time, like, you have the choice to, like, we're all people, man. We have lives, like, we have shit going on, and there are some times where it makes sense to only watch, like, a 5-minute video, like, that's, or a short that's 90 seconds, like, when you're taking a piss or something, and like you have your phone
Yeah,
out, or
yeah, yeah.
something like that,
Like
you know
let's say when you get up in the morning and you're having your cup of coffee and you go look up
exactly.
your yeah.
Yeah, look at a few shorts, then move on with your day. Like, there's some times where it makes sense for short form content, and then there's other times where, man, there's such a hunger for long form content. Like, because you can have a much more real conversation. You can have something that's much more
Or
engaging.
yeah.
Like, there's
Or
something
you
to be
can
said
like
for
there's
it.
a subject matter that you can dig deep into, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because like we talked about, I'm into different. I'm not just into OpenBSD or Linux or free and open source software. I'm into ancient mysteries. Sometimes I'm into the sciences behind like men and women relationships. That's like a thing I'm into. You know,
Which
we all
nowadays that
have our
is
things
just
we're into.
off limits. Talking about the differences between male and men
Well,
and
and
women, we
and
should just
just
stop.
well, if you get into dating and marriage in 2022, that's a whole nother like rabbit hole you can get down to that can be kind of daunting. But there's good information out there. There's actually
Mm-hmm.
men on YouTube that will give you information that probably could have saved you from all the dumbass mistakes you made in the past.
Mm-hmm.
100%. I'm gonna tell you right now, men. Like, just look. I'm not gonna name names. Just look this stuff on YouTube. There's you can get and you could probably say that for a lot of things. There's probably YouTube channels that could save you a lot of heartache and time on
Oh
how
yeah.
you repair your car or how you pay your taxes or
Yeah.
just let's just go into all subjects of life. All the stupid
Oh
stuff
yeah.
we have to deal with as adults. Like
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like
like, the thing is like, that's kind of what YouTube does right, and why it's really hard to get off of YouTube is because of YouTube's wide access to everywhere. There's content being made for everyone. Like, I mean,
good stuff
you were
too.
talking about you were talking about people's, like, health and everything. Like, when it comes to, like, health and stuff, like, like mental health, like Jordan Peterson, like, if you're a guy or
Yep.
even a female, like, and you're like really in need of, like, some emotional support and stuff, like, if you've ever looked at if you ever are in a time of your life where you're like, I really need something that will, like, anchor me and, like, help me deal with whatever I'm going through, like, Jordan Peterson has, like, multiple different lectures on different methods for improving your life and helping you deal with different stress
Yep.
and different, like, serious situations going on. And, like, this is all information that should be readily available and is only
It's
readily available through YouTube.
it's called life wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
There's okay. So a lot of people get it twisted. They think there's only one type of intelligence. Okay, I went to college, I got my degree, I'm intelligent. Well, that's just one type of intelligence. It's called book smarts.
Yep.
You did the work, you passed the test, you got the certificate, here's your pat on the back, you got the book smarts. There's other types of intelligence. There's learning through experience. There's people out there that have experienced a lot of things and maybe they have a certain talent in instructing and espousing this kind of experience in life situations, like you said, George Peterson, or is it Jordan or
Jordan.
Jordan
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson. Like, he's good at explaining a lot of these issues with people, and I have my own personal people that I go to that I agree with for explaining these kind of. It's almost like you're kind of looking for that big brother or big sister online. Because maybe I'm the oldest in my family, so I don't have a big brother to look up to be like, oh hey man, I'm going through all these problems.
Yeah.
So we look for these maybe like father figures or mother figures or big brother or big sister figures online who can shed knowledge and insight into these problems that we navigate, because ultimately the mainstream will just push on us like kind of faulty ways of dealing with things. Let's be honest. The mainstream pushes on us faulty ways of dealing with relationships, dealing with life. They want us to act a certain way because they want us to be weak. They want to control us. Let's be perfectly honest.
Well, I'm sorry, but the worst way of dealing with anything is to just protest it. Like, I'm sorry, but
look, I just watched a video tonight that got my blood boiling. We're talking about universities and protests and people acting irrationally.
Oh, dude, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what you're talking about. It's really big in the news now. The kids like protesting a free speech convention, which is, dude, the fucking irony in that is just
the speaker was a black guy. The speaker was black.
Yeah. Well, and the male the main lead of it was a female. Like,
and they chased her down.
Yeah.
She had to go hide from them.
Yeah.
It's crazy that we all know about this. This is how widespread this is. Crazy. I mean, like when I watch the video of these people, it literally, I'm just thinking to myself, we are only a couple steps away from Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia.
Well, and to me, I think the thing is like, to me, I think, because like when you walk out into the regular world, like, yeah, we see all this shit on the internet, but when you walk out into the regular like day, people aren't like that.
And they're not like that.
They're just not like that.
It disturbs you that there is people that are like that.
Exactly. Like the thing to me is that the really disturbing thing is not that it's like happening at all. It's that it's happening in schools. Like,
I mean, let's just say that guy that was doing that talk, let's just say he's just a vile bigot that just has terrible opinions. So what?
Well, no, let him speak. Let him
speak.
Like that's the whole thing. Like, if he's a terrible person,
the protesters, when you listen to them, they have nothing valid to say. Like, if they were just like, you know what, this is what this guy says, and this is why we disagree with it, and this is point A, point B, C, this is why we disagree with it. No, it had nothing to do with it. They were literally just chanting and being violent.
Well,
it was zombie activity.
Yeah, well, the thing is like, even if you had Hitler, you let him speak. Because if you don't let him speak, you give credence to what he doesn't say. Like the thing is like the only smart avenue is like, if someone is speaking bullshit and it's clearly bullshit, you have to let them. Well, not even let it die out. Let them speak. Because the thing is like, the best way to prove that someone is talking complete BS is to let them spill all the. Like, one of the things in leadership that, like, I don't know that a lot, like, my mom is in leadership, and so I've learned a lot of things through her being in leadership. But being a good leader, one of the most critical things in being a good leader is listening to everything that everyone else has to say before you speak. Because not only do you get a benefit of being the last one to speak, the last one to have a say or whatever, you also get to hear everyone else's opinion before you even form your own, and you also let everyone else involved feel like they're involved. They were part of the decision-making process. And that's a lot of, like, the thing is like, a lot of people don't understand how to do that in a public discourse. If someone is speaking complete bullshit, it is just terrible bullshit. There's no way they could argue it.
Yeah.
You don't correct them.
It's not going to gain steam, though. It's not going to gain popularity.
Well,
people
you let them speak it. Let them speak their bullshit. Because
exactly.
The only way to accurately argue bullshit is you have to let them say their dumb shit first so that you can attack it. Because if you don't, you're arguing against something where they can change what they were gonna say or whatever. Like, you make the argument much more hard on yourself when you could have just had it be easy.
I'll say, for example, like I'm a Christian. Like I believe in Christian ideals and stuff like that. I don't make that like a mystery on my channel or anything. Um, but
Good to know you have
like
your own opinions. I like that.
yeah,
Okay.
like I've talked with a lot of atheists. Like like I'm actually friends with atheists, people that just straight up don't believe in God, and I'm
Mhm.
friends with them. And those people that I'm friends with, because they don't make that an identity for themselves. They're just like, oh, you have your beliefs, I have my beliefs. Let's find a common ground on other things.
Yeah.
And like our life experiences and what we're going through. Like my friend that it's an atheist, he struggles a lot with financials, and he's got a wife, and he lives in Michigan. There's a lot of things he goes through, and we find a common ground on that struggle.
Look.
And we don't put the religion, and we don't put that on a pedestal, like, oh,
Well, I mean, like that's the thing. Like I feel like especially with the modern media, it's one of those things where like it's kind of like you're being taught, but like not really taught, like in a very ineffective way. Like it seems like the media is trying to teach you that you should be not okay with differences at all between people. Like
oh. You know
you
what? That the parents should teach kids that it should be okay. I'm gonna make sure that I make it a point to my children that it's okay to be different, like
yeah.
in terms of your beliefs, and it's okay for people to have differences with you.
Yeah.
What's not
Well,
okay is for
someone
people to be
disagreeing
bullies,
with
for
you
people
is
to be violent.
good. Like
But see, the problem is
yeah.
people, they resort to this bully behavior, this this absolutism.
Mhm.
Like you either agree with me or we are enemies, and I want to beat your ass into the ground. And that's the whole
Which
thing with like
makes no sense, man. It gets you nowhere.
it's
Nowhere.
childish. And
Mhm.
honestly, like we already did that on the playground. Like I feel like this younger generation is so emotionally bankrupt and intellectually bankrupt. It's like, bro, in the 90s when we disagree, we already beat each other down on the playground. Then we became friends afterwards. It's like,
Mhm.
what is going on where you guys are trying to act this out in college? Like,
E-
didn't you already get this out of your
Right?
system?
Exactly. Well, I mean that's kind of the part that hurts. Like that's why I say it's like it's only nervous because this kind of attitude is growing up in colleges. It's like you might be the ones ending up teaching my kids, which is that's what's
Yeah.
worrying.
I'm gonna tell my kids to learn a trade, like learn coding or go be an electrician or plumber. Just
Yeah.
stay away from
Well, get
me.
yourself a technical skill that can't go
Yeah,
away. Like,
go STEM or blue collar, because actually
mhm.
blue collar does pay really well. Like if
Oh,
you do
really
concrete or
well.
electric, it's sometimes just as good as tech or STEM.
Oh, so sometimes better. Like one of the most wealthy guys I know is a landscaper. So,
Yeah.
like, I mean, makes incredible money doing landscape. And
Yeah, exactly.
mind you, he only pays one other person. Like, so.
Uni is a waste of time. Just don't get student loans. Don't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole.
Well, it all
Learn a
depends on what
skill.
you want to do. Like
Ugh.
that's the kind of hard
I
part. Is
feel
like,
like in 2022, 2023, going on forward, going to a university is like fucking gonna be walking on a
well,
minefield.
if you are going into tech again, there are very specific fields where it might make sense. But getting certified in like two different things will cost you probably 20K. Where like and again, that's a generous estimate compared to a school that's going to charge like
Uh,
$250,000 to like do a diploma through them.
well, I'm not Jewish, but I do have like Jewish qualities. So one thing I love about the Jewish community is they're great about saving money. And believe
Mhm.
me, like there's a famous Jewish rapper. His name is Lil Dicky. He literally has a
Oh, I love
song
Little Dicky.
about
Yeah,
saving money.
yeah,
So yeah, I mean, like I love that because I'm kind of like that. Like me being where I'm at in life, I've learned to be frugal. Like
yeah.
it's kind of it's and women hate that. Like I don't understand. Women hate frugality.
Not
I don't get it.
all of them,
A
like not
lot of them
all of
do.
them, but man, as a majority. Well, see, here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is like, look, it doesn't matter if you're on the men or women's side, especially if you're on the men's side, but just in general, like having a relationship is expensive. Like it is. There's
Kind
no
of,
way of
but
getting around it.
I don't understand. It's just like everybody has to like set a budget, and you work hard for your money, and you should spend your money wisely. Like you should spend it wisely, and you should not waste it. But women were like, oh no, it's a flex when you can just throw this amount of cash at whatever and it doesn't affect you. Well, I'm just like, nobody can live like that. Like, unless you like make a serious like, even if you are making six figures, or you are making like 200K a year, you should not just throw. You should not waste your money.
Well, see, here's the thing: the person who is making a lot of like, it doesn't matter whether or not you're making a small amount of money or a lot of money. If you're the type of person that pisses away your money, guess what? You're gonna end up broke. Like,
yes, thank you. But women actually act like it's like a negative quality in a man that you don't piss away your money.
Well, like, see, the thing is like, in any relationship, because I've been in so many different. Well, see, for me, I've been in a lot of different relationships, like a lot of different relationships, because I've had pretty much only exclusively like 2 relationships that were very serious long-term relationships. Besides that, I've had a lot of like, just casual kind of relationships. And the thing that I've learned is like, it only gets serious. Like when it comes to like money and stuff, you being frugal is only important when the relationship is very solid and long-term. When the relationship is, we're getting to know each other, we're building a rapport, we're really making sure that we click and connect, the more that you can spend, the more that you can impress, it means something. But as soon as everything's tight in a relationship, like everything, as soon as you know that a relationship is stable and it's going to last a long time, your entire mentality changes, because how can we make the majority of our time together as enjoyable as possible? Well, that's being frugal. In the short term, how do we make this experience really fucking awesome?
That's
blow
cool.
money.
Yeah. I respect that. But sometimes I'm kind of like guarded or paranoid that a woman is only going to care about that thing. And once you pull the rug out from under that and say, well, this is not who I'm actually a very fiscally responsible person. I like writing budgets. I like I like to look out for deals and save money and wherever I can. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I'm the kind of person where I try to not be lead-footed when I drive. I don't push on the gas pedal as hard. No. I mean, I try to save money on that level. And some people call that my ex literally called it, she's like, you're a Jew. She called me a Jew. because
well, see, the thing is like a lot of the times what I've seen, and I've had conversations with different people about it, but like the thing is like, it's really easy to get jaded on experiences like with a particular relationship. It's very easy to get like jaded and apply that to everything else afterwards, because one of the biggest examples I have for this is my first serious relationship. When it ended, I was pretty much like, the way that I interacted with every female, I imposed the type of mindset and things that I expected from my first relationship on everyone else. And that's really common because it's the easiest protective mechanism you have. Like, if you want to protect yourself, if someone has hurt you like before, True. It's much safer to assume that everyone else is going to hurt you the same way. Even if it's completely unfounded, it's safer. And it's really hard because most people don't, like, if it depends, like, everyone is different, and it's really hard to not get jaded and assume.
I'm very jaded. I'm a very jaded person. Like, you probably could tell just by talking to me. I'm like extra jaded.
It's normal. Like, and the thing is like, the people who get angry at people who are jaded and who have, like, you know, a certain type of opinion because of past experiences. What are you doing? Like, there's a reason someone gets jaded. Like, there's a reason for it.
Yeah, like PTSD trauma shit.
Exactly. Like, it's not the worst thing that you can do is invalidate it. The best thing to do is go, well, fully explain it. Like there's a valid reason for being jaded, 100%. But the thing about being jaded is if you can explain to someone just how being jaded will negatively impact future relationships, you can change the way someone thinks about things. Because I mean, if you think about it, if you're very jaded, like let's say you've had a bad relationship and you assume that every relationship is going to go the same way in the future, the worst thing that you can do is try to invalidate the first experience that leads to thinking that everyone else is going to go bad, because it's real. Like the people who get jaded, like if you get jaded, you had a bad experience, like, and that's real. Like you can't deny.
Sometimes it's like ridiculously bad.
Exactly.
Like it's traumatizing.
That's what PTSD is.
I'm being very vulnerable here. Like,
yeah, well, that's exactly what PTSD
I had my
is.
ex do things to me that were very like mentally like taxing to me as a human being. Yeah. Like I'm not just saying it's a woman thing. I'm sure men can do it too. Oh yeah. Men or women can do it to each other. Or I mean, I guess if you're LGBTQ, I guess that's a thing too. But human beings can do things to each other that can be traumatizing to the point where that person for the next 5, 6, 7 years is just like untrusting, paranoid, and they just think that everyone's going to do that to them.
Exactly. Well, PTSD is when typically what causes PTSD is you go, what the framework that you use to interpret the world is crumbled by an experience. Like, let's say that you, for the best example of PTSD, let's say that you expect that, like, you have bad things can happen to other people, but you have the underlying belief that God cares for everyone and genuinely protects those like who believe in him. Yeah. Even though in the Bible it says, even though in the Bible, like, people who believe in God
bad things to happen to good people.
Exactly.
Yeah, but look at Job. Look at Job.
Exactly. But if you have the belief that God protects people, like, even though there's biblical like things that you could look into to go, that's not true. But if that's your belief, and then you're out at war, and your guy, like your like, I don't know what the term would be, but you're like your war buddy, like your partner, like, who's very religious, gets shot and dies like right in front of your eyes. That blow, like, even though, again, doesn't matter how your framework's set up, but that experience destroys your perspective of the world. Like, your framework for interpreting or perceiving the rest of the world breaks down.
Yeah,
so and the thing about people is like, when your framework for interpreting the world breaks down, it is hyper traumatic, because every single thing that deals with every single aspect of life, you now have to reevaluate. And the thing about people is when you have to reevaluate your core beliefs, it is extremely scary, like hyper scary. Reevaluating your core beliefs, your core experience with the world is something that people don't do very frequently, and it's not typically enjoyable. And so when you have a traumatic experience that breaks down your entire framework for perceiving the world, not only is it traumatic, but also the experience itself is traumatic. So it completely breaks down everything. Like, it's a complete breakdown of the way that you perceive the world, which is why people who have PTSD have serious side effects. Like, you don't have your entire framework for dealing.
Sometimes we escape into alcohol and drugs.
Well, everyone has a coping mechanism. Everyone.
Or whatever. Like, some people just escape into escapism, like fantasy and sci-fi and stuff like that, or comic books or art or anime, or everyone has their thing. Everyone has their way.
Everyone has some way of coping with serious stuff going on in their life. And
the alcohol is the worst thing, though. I fucking wish alcohol just didn't exist, honestly. Like,
well, the thing is like, it's not even that it just shouldn't exist. It's that it's insane that it does exist. Like, if you think about it, like, the way in which alcohol exists now, like this, I've been sipping on this moonshine. I've almost drank an
No,
entire
me
bottle
too.
of
I've
this
been sipping
moonshine.
on some alcohol and I too. Don't worry, I'm
Yeah.
right along with you.
So like the thing about it is like the funny part is it's like we did not evolve with alcohol being this strong. Like this is, I don't even know, like 50 proof or something like that.
Yeah.
Like what for most of our evolution, like for most of human history, what we were drinking was much, much lower in alcohol content. Like it was nowhere near as distilled.
Have
as
you ever
it is
been
now.
to the? Have you ever watched documentaries on jungle tribes? They got
Oh
some.
yes,
They
yes.
got some juice.
Well, the thing is like,
The-
do you know how many people die from that stuff? Like,
I don't know. I watched some video about some remote jungle tribe, and they like chew on some shit and spit into a spigot, and then they all drink it together. It's like some weird like chewed banana leaf alcohol.
Yeah.
That was really interesting. I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I want to kind of go back to where you're saying like don't let whatever somebody did to you influence your opinion on other people you encounter in life. But it does
exactly, yeah.
help me to when I see those characteristics in other people, when I see those behaviors in other people, I hope that it would help me to learn to just not be mean, not be an asshole, but just hit the exit, find the exit real fast.
Oh
just,
yeah.
just run away from
Well,
these
I
kind
mean
of people.
that's the best thing that you can do, because I mean, anyone who's ever dealt with an asshole, the worst thing that you can do is try to convince an asshole to not be an asshole.
Yeah.
Like that's never going to go your way, brother. Like just
Yeah.
flat out never.
And
If
you know, and I was talking earlier about men going their own way, which is like a philosophy. It's not a cult, it's not a movement, it's just a philosophy. But if it involves you kind of just being alone, that's okay. It's okay to be alone. Like let's normalize
oh,
being alone.
well,
Like
see,
because there's especially with Western society, there's ways that society is becoming where it's not necessarily beneficial to get like involved with these toxic people. It's not. It's just
well,
gonna keep
it's not
dragging you
even
down.
that. In a lot of, especially today's culture where we are very hyper connected between each other, it is most people haven't spent a lot of time by themselves. Like the funny thing is like the worst torture in modern day, like if you don't know this statistically, the worst torture that you can apply to somebody is solitary confinement. Like that is
Yeah.
the worst that you can do to somebody, which is very ironic to me. Like as somebody who has done essentially solitary confinement, I have been locked in a what is it called? Oh my gosh, the sensory deprivation tank for. I've been in a sensory deprivation tank for over 24 hours, about 26 hours.
Whoa! Did you were you in jail or something?
No, I paid to go to a sensory deprivation tank and sat in there for
Okay.
26 hours. I paid them extra so that I wouldn't, like they were supposed to let me stay in there for 36 hours at the most, but at 26 hours, like I was starving. Like I was so hungry.
Why did you do this?
Mainly just
Well, I mean, why did you pay for it? You could just go out to the forest or something.
well, I mean, the sensory deprivation tanks, if you never paid for one before, they're incredible. So like what they are is they're like tanks that are filled with like Epsom salt water, and so you float in this water and it's perfectly heated to your skin temperature, so you actually can't feel that you're floating
That's
in water.
weird.
It feels like you're floating in nothing. Like you can't feel the water at all.
I feel like the ancient version of this experience would be probably just going out to the desert to
it's pretty much the same.
fast.
Like you will
well,
hallucinate.
you know what Jesus, he did the 40-day, 40-night fast in the desert. I think that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what it is. It induces a very weird state that you're not prepared for. And like the thing is like being alone with yourself is very scary for people who don't spend time with, like it's exactly like anything else. Like, you know, if you're not used to riding a bike for your first time is scary as shit, but you can do it. And teaching someone that they can do it is the important, like no one learns a bike like by failing over and over again and having no one, like not necessarily no one there, but not persevering. Like the thing about riding a bike is you're going to fall like at least once. The whole point is getting back up and riding again and continuing on. And that for some people is really difficult when it comes to being alone. Being alone, like most likely when you're alone for the first time with yourself, just your thoughts and you, like you're probably going to find stuff you don't like. You're probably going to find stuff that you could definitely improve, that you need to improve. And that's something that for a lot of people, they can't bear. Like they just genuinely can't. Like it's so uncomfortable. It's so terrible. It's so weird. They'd rather just avoid it completely.
Really? I kind of like being alone.
I'm the same way, but I don't think a lot of people
not 100%
relate to that.
I mean, I need human contact, but I can go stretches, like seriously. Like personally, it's weird. When I was younger, I used to love the big city. But now that I'm getting older, the older that I get, the more I would just love to live in the wilderness in a cabin with like a dog and just be chilling. Like we just got a gun, we got some knives, we got some machetes, and we're just chilling. You know? I mean, that's like that's the ideal way for me to go out. It's just living in a cabin somewhere. Maybe like I don't know, Bigfoot will come kill me or something eventually. Yeah.
That's an incredible way to go. Just Bigfoot comes through.
Bigfoot's just like, you're done. Boom. Just punches my lights out.
You're just sitting in the afterlife smoking like just a big cigarette. And you're like, look, man, Bigfoot came through and there was just nothing I could do. Just nothing.
Bigfoot was pissed off. I was in his territory. I was setting up shop, and he just punched a hole through my skull. We were done.
You're sitting in the afterlife just smoking a cigarette. You're like some dude next to you is like, how'd you get here? You're like, I stole Bigfoot's bitch. You're like, what?
Yeah, bro. She was extra hairy, but she got down, bro.
I love how this conversation is going.
Oh god.
Oh my.
Actually, as someone that lives in the Pacific Northwest, I do believe in Bigfoot. I believe Bigfoot's real. Personally.
Really?
And like when I was saying earlier, I don't want to go off into rabbit trails, but my big other interest other than technology is like that kind of stuff, like mysteries. Like I love mysteries.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and say we are probably going to end this here only because this is almost a 5-hour live stream. Like if we continued on for like another 20 minutes, I think this would be a 4.5 or 5-hour live stream. So we're going to go ahead and end it close to here. We're going to keep talking for a few more minutes, but I will say I definitely want to have you back on eventually to just talk about mysteries and have like that kind of interesting conversation about just stuff that we don't know about, speculate on, and have a good conversation about that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Wait, hold on. Did I lose you? Root, just so you know, you were muted. Boys, did I lose the chat? Okay. It doesn't seem like I'm having an issue. Is the stream not working? Question mark. Oh, we're getting a loading sign.
Hello?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Oh yeah, Jitsi failed on me.
Oh, okay.
But,
TFL said Bigfoot probably got you.
But I would love to have one of these mystery subjects. We should definitely do it. Just be warned, I will talk your ear off, and I will get really animated.
Awesome. That's what I like to hear. Awesome. Okay, so everyone's here, and the stream was working. I was so scared for a second that it was on my end, and the stream had just like shat itself. I was like, oh no.
For some reason, Jitsi is splitted, so I got two audios, and it's repeating itself.
Yep. The Jitsi thing of where like it has an error, you leave and then you rejoin and then there's two of you is like one of the things that it'll be a while before Jitsi fixes this, but honestly, Jitsi is really good for what it is, so I really don't complain about it. It's one of those minor issues that Discord has like 67 of them, so Jitsi having one is acceptable. You know?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. Well,
all right, brother. It was good talking to you. I had a great conversation tonight. This podcast like exceeded my expectations.
Same here,
100%.
Man. It was really good. I very much enjoyed talking with you, brother. I really hope we get to do it again here before too long.
And absolutely. If you want to do this as a weekly thing, I mean, it's not like I got anything special going on.
I would be down for it. I do want to go ahead and say before we leave, I hope I linked RootBSD's channel stuff in the description, but I'm going to go ahead and say I have clearly finished off most of this jar, and I'm not sure that before I started the stream, I actually did that good of a job. So if I didn't link it down in the description, please make sure to go over and search RootBSD on YouTube. You will find his channel. Please give him a subscribe. If you are interested in BSD, OpenBSD, and just in general, his channel's great. Like, I highly recommend you guys go check it out.
I try. I'm kind of a dummy, but I try.
Yeah, I would say you do a great job, brother. Great job.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Also, I have a SoundCloud. I'm really passionate about my SoundCloud. Check me out on SoundCloud. I'm RootDMB. So if you're into EDM, electronic music, definitely check me out on SoundCloud. Look up RootDMB. It'll say on there that I'm from Idaho. You'll see the purple frog face. You'll know it's me.
All right, boys. Well, everyone have a good one. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I do want to go ahead and before I leave, go ahead and thank all of my fantastic patrons who support me. Root is now one of those. So, Root, thank you. And no TGB, problem. Russell Willis, Art Center, Seneca, Joshua Lee, and Papa Smurf. Papa Smurf and Matt from the Linux Cast. Thanks, everybody. Everybody, thank you guys for being here. Bye, everybody.
Good night, brother.
Yeah.